it was interesting, but we both want to kind of dig more into it. So we have Emmett here. Before I bring him up, guys, I just want to remind you that as much as I love having these debates and conversations, the donation, I don't get as much of a chance to talk about morning, and the donations don't come in. So please make sure that you remember, if you like this type of show, then it is what it is. So let's welcome our guest, Emmett. Welcome to the party.
Hello, Mr. Jebuz. How are you
Oh,
doing
yeah.
today? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
doing pretty well. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. Sorry for the birds. They're in the back. They're gonna be here for a little while until they calm down.
Gotcha. Not a problem. We got Morty around here somewhere. Still trying to finish up the first of his, or the last of his last peanut butter, but maybe we can get him some more tonight. We got Melted Mind Media in the building. Welcome, as well as the Steel Man. Very good to see you guys. So yes, as you saw in the title, prostitution, should we legalize it? Emmett is quiet. I could turn Emmett up a little bit. And again, we had a little bit of a blood sport type of debate on this, but again, kind of diving into the details of why we would or would not want that is, I think, a better way than to just try to, go debate bro at each other. So before we start, I'm gonna give the floor to you, Emmett. Let the people know what you do, where they can find you, and anything else that you want them to know before we begin.
Yeah. So I have different things that I'm doing right now. My channel is called That State of Gaming. What I do is I do certain debates. I talk about certain kind of politics, and then I wrap it up in the idea of the gaming stuff. I am a video game designer, and I do pixel art, and I do other kinds of stuff for fun. Most of the time, what I will be doing and what we trying to do is bring some common sense. That's why I want to talk to Indian Jesus about this into the world. So thank you.
Absolutely, and yeah, very excited to get into it. A few more people hopping in. We got Kai, the deer guy. Shout out to Confluence. Welcome. Good friend of the channel. Steelman said, in summary, Emmett is a clown. Well, we'll let everybody make
I
that
am.
determination.
There's a moment when you have to accept something you are. It's like, I'm an entertainer. I am a clown. It's fine.
Fair enough.
There's people that think themselves to be dumbasses like Steelman in reality, so it's fine. Anyone can be what they want to be.
Fair enough. Emmett is ready to go. So why don't we start off by just getting an idea of your general worldview, politically, spiritually, religiously. How do you view the world? Just 30,000 foot view.
Okay, so I'm not gonna speak. I believe in Orthodox Christianity. I am not gonna talk for the church. I'm not gonna talk with authority for the church, but I can tell you that's the worldview I subscribe to. I believe that Jesus Christ is our Savior, and we have not necessarily rights, but duties towards the world that we have to fulfill in order for us to be able to have a better life, even. I would say that that's pretty much my worldview, and the way that I look at it is we have a duty towards us and towards our children and towards society, and it's an escalating thing, right? So you probably start with you, and then you start with your family, and then you go to society,
Concentric circles,
and then you go to the rest of the world per se.
right?
But there's a hierarchy, there's a reason of order that you need to follow, and that is usually for the betterment of yourself more than not. Well, it's a betterment for yourself because that would be the correct way of acting in the world, right?
Word up. So now, do you consider yourself a Christian, or you just see that like I'm not a Christian, but I follow that?
No, I am a Christian. Like I have faith, and I have complete understanding. Like that's the understanding of it. I try to explain it in a more rational way, not only in the I'm a Christian because I'm a Christian way, because that's the way I got into Christianity. It was through a reasonable stance on things until I got to the idea of Christianity.
Fair enough. And so then I would assume, as many would assume, that because I am a non-believer and atheist, that I'm on the
Mhm.
left, but they would be wrong. I'm going to assume that because you are a Christian, you're on the right.
Yeah, I
Is that a
am.
fair assumption?
I'm politically right. I don't subscribe directly to the idea of right left that we have right now. For me, we are pretty much center left. So either you're a centrist, which is more on the libertarian-ish idea, kind of the democratic central idea of where you can be, and the left is just the communist idea. For me, left is the communist idea and right is the monarchist idea. So they're completely separate in the way that you think about one another. So I am very much towards very the right. So I'm a monarchist in a sense, although I do not prescribe it as in the as a political. Like, I don't think it's wise for me to be like, yeah, I'm monarchist. I prescribe monarchy at the moment. I think it's way better to think of a political system that we can use, especially Christians can use their moral axioms to be able to have a better society without the need of a king.
So, in your perfect world, would we have a king?
Yeah, and a
Uh,
church. It would be a king and a church because a lot of people don't understand
hmm.
the monarchy, the monarchical structure. So they think it's the king decides everything, but it's
Mhm.
institutionalized. So you have the king and you have the barons and you have all of the nobles, which are the men at war. Those are the ones that go to war, and then you have the church, which is the moral axiom of the state. So there's a lot of things that the church was integrated with the state, and they were they have a symbiotic relationship, right? So you wouldn't go to the state to marry; you go to the church, and then the church, if it needs to use force or anything, would go to the state. It will be
Gotcha.
symbiotic.
Gotcha. That might need to be its own discussion in and of itself.
Mhm.
And then since we are speaking about sex and dating and women and all that stuff, do you mind if I ask if you are married and have kids?
Um. No, not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Me neither. Two single dudes talking about prostitutes. So for so for anybody who is coming from Emmett's side or just catching us the first time, I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I am the MAGA atheist, so I am very happy that I voted for Trump, but I happen not to believe in a god or gods, and I think that Christianity is great in many ways, but I don't believe that that is the best that humanity can do. So I am here to bring us to whatever that next level is, and or to find out that there is no next level, and for sure we know that Christianity is the best we got. So that I can kind of explain a little bit of the difference already. And so, from my perspective, I see prostitution as kind of just like any other economic trade. But I'm going to guess that you see it differently.
Well, I see. Like I think in the economic sense, when we talk about libertarianism, they make a lot of sense in the way that they describe economics, right?
Hmm.
The problem I have with libertarianism is the morality of the thing. So, if I were to deregulate all of slavery per se, that would mean that there would be a blooming market for slavery because there's no problem in the idea of just selling
Well, I
people.
mean, the basis of libertarianism is the non-aggression principle. So taking somebody as a slave is maybe the most direct
Well,
infringement
I can't
aside
just
from
see
killing
them as
somebody.
not people, right?
I mean, I guess, but then given where we are, I definitely understand where you're coming from in terms of like, to not jump too far ahead, but are you invoking the notion that within Christianity, it's not just about right or wrong, and but or also what to do and why you should do what is good and why you should not do what is wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas we'll take the non-aggression principle, it does have that should, but it's a way more broad.
Well, the should is usual. pretty much the non-aggression principle is the only should that you have in the libertarian idea, right?
Right.
You should not aggress
Right.
on others. But let's come back before that, because I'm not talking about. I'm just doing an easy statement. I'm not going through the moral idea. Just a description
Okay.
of the market. If I would have a market that is deregulated, would you agree with me that that market would expand?
I mean, it depends, maybe, but maybe not. If overregulation, I think, is a big problem with a lot of industries.
Hmm? I can agree with you. What I'm talking is, let's say that I have, let's say that, because this is something that's very usual. It's a very common idea um, when it comes to libertarianism. So the idea goes like this: you have a market and you want to have free exchange of things, and the more you attack that market and that free exchange between individuals, the worse the market becomes. That's pretty much the basic idea in libertarianism when it comes to the description of the markets, right?
Right.
So if I have a market that is not regulated, in essence, what I'm saying is that market should expand because there's more people can
Right.
voluntarily uh, voluntarily exchange in said market.
Yeah. Lower barriers to entry.
Exactly. So if I have a market, I'm not talking about morality. If I have a market of things that I consider to be immoral, and I open the market to anybody to do that thing that I consider to be immoral, the idea would be that that market would expand, right?
Okay. I mean, yeah. But again, I'll take your word for that for the sake of conversation. So
Yeah.
then,
So
continue.
I understand the should when it comes to libertarianism. It's not an attack on them. This is a descriptor of the thing. If I have a market that's completely open when it comes to slavery, I would say that that market would expand thanks to the fact that it's open. So we have, like, the Romans had these kind of markets. They were very big, and we have had different um, times and different. In fact, we have different countries that have been known for the slavery, like the Koreans. Like,
Would
I
it
believe that
maybe
Japanese.
maybe I'm a little lost. Would it stay with your bottom line if we switched it from slavery to like drug addiction,
Mhm.
where because the non-aggression principle is violated by slavery. But if we're going to talk about something like heroin use, then
Mhm.
I'm fully understanding what you're saying. That like, okay, yeah, you're not aggressing on anybody, but you're bringing down society if everybody's just going to start doing heroin. Is
Yeah,
that
yeah.
kind of what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is, it's not even has nothing to do with the moral claim right now. It's just a descriptor of the market. So I'm using the idea of
Well, yeah,
slavery.
but then
It's a
so
little.
yeah, then to
It's a
say
little.
that if
I'm
we
being a little bit scummy. I will say that I'm a little bit scummy in the sense that I'm bringing up a thing that most people will think that it's bad, to describe how the market will expand if we have nothing to stop said market. That would be like the idea,
right, right.
and
But
I can
I think
huh?
going back to yeah, I think the drug thing works as well because I'm not
Mhm.
necessarily talking about the economics or the morality per se, but just the effectiveness of how we want society to run. I think if I'm correct, the point you're trying to make is that if we open up the market for slavery, then that is not a good thing, whether we're talking morally, economically, or whatever. So we don't want that. And
Mhm.
I'm saying if it's still the same thing with drugs, and I completely understand you. If it's not the same thing, then I'm a little lost.
No, it is. I would say that it is the same thing. I would think that if we have,
Okay.
um, if we just deregulate all of the drugs, in fact, this has happened in other places. What we see, well, you can see it in the United States right now. There was, it's anecdotal. You can call me on that. It's fine. Today I saw a video of a guy that just OD'd on the street in, I believe, Portland, after he was given one of these safe kits for the usage of substances, right? And the people that gave him that were on the other side of the street because they went to get some food. So the point is, I can go ahead and make the idea of, there's going to be an increase in the usage and even in the potential problems that may arise in a double tender. So one is cost, because you don't want those things to happen, so you may have regulation on them, and that may cause other kind of problems. But if you don't have any regulation, what you would have is the same thing happening because more people would want that thing, especially when it comes to drugs. I think there'd be a lot more
Well,
drugs
and I
on the
think
market.
yeah, and I don't think that that even changes if we just specifically talk about prostitution. I think if it's legalized, there's going to be a lot more of it.
Mhm,
But that runs into, I don't necessarily see that as a problem. I see that there could be
mhm.
problems that come from that. Whether we want to talk about the economic problems, or we talk about the societal problems, the morality problems, we can. I do see how that would not be good, to put it broadly.
Okay,
But there's a lot of things that are legal, or rather, there's a lot of laws that don't necessarily lead to the most optimal outcome because of the fact that we care so much about individual liberty.
okay. Then let's move on from that to the. Do you want to go first to the problems of society that may cause, or do you want to go to the liberty claim?
Well, we got a couple questions. Let's see what those are, and maybe that'll give us a direction to go. So, Craig asks, "What's the difference between picking up a chick at a bar and spend cash on buying her drinks to get pussy, or call a girl on the phone and pay her for the same thing?"
I would say that both things are immoral, and you should just get fucking married. just, you want
How
to
do you get
have,
married?
you want to have some.
Well,
Well, he's not saying that he wants to buy her drinks to get to know her to see if there's a potential mate in order for him to get married.
correct,
He's saying
correct.
it's just to
Just to get
get
pussy,
pussy.
right?
Yeah. So I would say
So
both things are
he's
completely.
not saying is one good and is one bad. He's asking what the difference between the two is.
Yeah, I think both of them are immoral. So I don't think there's a difference.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Shout out to Madness in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Said if sex work is a legal career path, what does primary education look like to a student that expresses interest to their teacher wanting to pursue that field? What should that teacher do or say to that student? So if it's a legal career path, what does primary education look like? Well, I don't know. Just because it's a legal career path doesn't mean that we are necessarily promoting it. I mean, there's many jobs that you could do that are kind of grimy and underbelly, and they happen to be legal. But that's not the type. I mean, I'm struggling for an example off the top of my head right now, but I'm sure we could agree that those jobs exist. And this isn't about saying we should promote this thing. We're talking about the legalization of it. And so we're getting into the morality of it because that is how we want to decide what the law is. But I would say that in this situation, then that's not an appropriate conversation for a student and teacher. And so, in the same way that a student could say that I want to be, I want to be a famous gamer at 6 years old, then like, okay, just because that is a career path doesn't mean that we should be pushing kids down that road.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I can agree with that. There's also there's a lot of problems when it comes to specifically um, sex ed with kids. So I don't want to get into it because it gets very weird with with TOS, and I would prefer to respect your channel. So I don't yeah.
Oh, okay, so
I'm not
why don't
getting
you
into it.
just give me again your, because we talked about the Christian values and why and regulation, but why
Mhm.
don't you just give me your position on why we should not legalize prostitution?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why, but I think the first one of the reasons is we need to have there is a specific value towards both of the sexes, right? There's a specific value towards woman that's kind of being lost, and there's specific value towards men that's kind of being lost, and we are not taking into account how important family and woman are to family and to procreation in order for us to even have a country in the future. So if we devalue the idea of sexuality and chastity and family, and we put it up in the pretty much in the market, so that um, any grimy old fat guy decides to buy whatever it is that he wants to buy, we are actually destroying the future by doing that kind of stuff.
I don't even necessarily disagree, but doesn't that then push it on the culture? shame and taboo these types of things. I don't think we should be dependent on the government to be telling us the arbiter of what is good for us as a society. I think the laws should be to keep us safe and should be in line with our cultural values. But I think the
Yeah.
notion that I would go to is that we should legalize prostitution, but it should be a shameful thing.
What do you mean by keeping us safe? Do you think that the idea of prostitution would keep a woman safe, for example?
Ask that again, please.
Yeah, would you think that's I don't know what you mean by safe, because I don't think, for example, someone that is being exposed 100-fold to venereal disease is safe. But I don't know how you can go ahead and give me a
Right.
definition of what safe would be in order for me to say, yeah, I agree with you that
So
laws
yeah,
are
okay,
supposed
maybe
to keep
safe
us
is
safe.
not a good word there. But I'm trying to say that there's a difference between our cultural, or there should be a difference between our cultural values and what is legal. So in the same
Okay.
way that you might think that drinking alcohol is bad for society because it's not safe and more people drive drunk and alcoholism and all of that stuff, it should be a cultural thing that we say, hey, you shouldn't be drinking all day. You need to get a job. It shouldn't be against the law to drink more than 3 drinks a day or something like that.
Okay. Okay, I can see that as a standard.
So why?
Now,
And
I
so
don't I
again, I
don't
see prostitution the same exact way.
yeah, but okay, let's go to the other side then, because I was gonna
Okay.
go with the safe side, but we're gonna go to the other side. So, what do you think should inform law if it's not our culture?
I do think our culture should inform law, but I think empiricism on what we understand human flourishing to be should be right beneath that. So it's essentially, I'm essentially a utilitarian,
Mhm.
but I put individual liberty over that.
You're like I hate this. You're using the destiny idea, the threshold utilitarian.
I don't know. Is that what Destiny thinks?
Yes, that's what I'm
God
asking.
damn it! Well, I mean, hey, a broken clock, being Destiny, is right twice a day. All right, I'm sorry if he's got one thing right, but yeah, I mean, whatever is the best that works, that doesn't infringe upon individual liberties, is what we should do.
Okay, now this is gonna get very, very weird when it comes to
Let's get
morals
weird, baby.
very, very quickly. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and say how we Jesus. Okay, how do we know? Let's say that something is empirical. How can we understand what is the methodology for the empirical claim for us to know what is better in these kind of cases?
Well, it depends on what we're studying. I mean,
Okay, let's say that I'm gonna study PDF files, and I need to know if PDF files are good or bad for society. Do I need, as a utilitarian, specifically as an empiricist utilitarian, to make it legal so that I know the effects, so that I can study them for X amount of time in order to realize if it's good or bad for society?
So you're just talking about enacting those things.
Well, I would
Like
need to
doing something
have
to a child, right?
I would
Because
need,
it's
yeah,
already
yeah.
not illegal to be a PDF. It's
No,
doing the thing.
it's a hypothetical. Listen. I'm not claiming that you are anything like that.
No, I
I'm
know.
not anything like
So
that. It's just
no, it's all in the discussion. It's
yeah.
all in the discussion for the purpose. Nobody here is weird. Well, as far as I don't know you that well, but I will vouch for you. Nobody here is weird. We are having intellectual discussion.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that the fact of the matter is, if we talk about, well, this shouldn't be legal because it makes society worse, then that's a slippery slope, because like I said, there's a lot of things in society that are not good for us, but because individual liberty supersedes that, that's what if you remember a while back when was it De Blasio or whatever New York mayor tried to ban 32-ounce drinks because of the sugar intake or whatever. And that's
No,
just
it's De
un-American.
Blasio. I think it's De Blasio.
Yeah, that's just not how we do things.
Was it Cuomo?
No, it was either De Blasio or the guy before him. I forget.
Uh,
But so that's what I'm kind of getting hung up on. And well, and Adam brings up a good point that it's rather natural for in cultures for men to have mistresses. And so that's not the same thing. But if we're talking about going outside extramarital relationships, that's not something that is unheard of. Again, not
yeah.
saying it's good morally.
No, I agree with you. I understand what you're saying. Okay, let's refocus a little. We need to go to the moral claim, and I need to be able to understand
Let's
your
do it.
moral standard. So I'm gonna
All
try
right,
to ask
drill me.
the question one more time when it comes to the empirical claims, because I
Oh,
wasn't
you were asking about the
yeah
methodology, right?
I
So I
wasn't.
mean,
I was a full empiricist. Okay, a full empiric. There was a time when I couldn't. Like when I was like 17, when I said, if I don't actually know, I can say I know. And most of the time, what I answered to
based.
any question was possibly, because that was the only answer I could give when I kind of believed something to be true at that time. So it's possibly true because that's the only way I can think about it when it's pure empiricism, right? But if I'm talking about society and I'm making prescriptions on society and I want to know
Mhm.
if the PDF files are actually bad or good when it comes to empirical claims, what I need to make that legal so I can study for X amount of years in order for me to have data on it and say, hey, this is good and bad or
I
bad.
would I would say no because we already have an understanding of consent and childhood development and all of that stuff. So because we've already studied that stuff with the proper methodology, then that's already what we are using to say that PDFs are bad. The fact of the matter is that if we so you were asking about the methodology.
Mm-hmm.
If we didn't know that
Mm-hmm.
whether or not PDF activity was bad for society, then yes, the methodology would unfortunately have to be something like taking, looking at children who have been abused and getting, I don't know, whatever aspects that we determine would we use as a metric, and then measure those across the sample size. And then we would see, okay, so 90% of children who have been abused have X, Y, and Z issues.
Yeah.
So it's probably not good for PDFs.
Let me read that for you. K2 keep on trucking with the $2. It says it's holding hands gay. Focus on cap letters, and the answer is absolutely.
Well, it depends if we're talking about men and women.
No,
If
because it
you
makes
hold
you
your
happy.
ooh, confluence, confluence. Oh my god, bro, bro. How did you not go there? Oh man! Shout out to K2, our new sponsor of the stream. Don't forget, guys, we do have a stream goal. This peanut butter is empty. We can get him some more. K2 got us started. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
Shout out to Abe Dinkus because that was his idea in one of the
Yep.
debates. So yeah.
Yep. Thank you, sir. So I'm understanding a little confused. Are we talking about the hypotheticals of studying whether or not PDF files should be studied to determine if there's a positive impact on society? I think that's where what the question was, right?
Yeah, well. What I'm trying to do is to try to figure out a threshold on where can we get the empirical on the ideas that I'm having is we have an idea of what is kind of good or bad, especially when in certain specific cases like PDF files. We find that disgusting. Most of like 90% of people find it disgusting. So I'm trying to find that threshold where we can say, hey, this is good and this is bad, and then I'm using that as a way to get to the prescription when it comes to moral claims. So if you're a pure empiricist, you would need to have data in order to be able to say this is good or this is bad, because that is the basis of the moral claim. And if you have
Yep.
something that you really don't want to have data on because it entails bad stuff happening, then you need to go there to have like an idea of where do you get that information.
I mean, I don't disagree with you, but again, I think that once we do the studies that say, okay, we understand that children can't consent at a certain age. That's why we have the age of consent. And then if you break
Yeah,
that,
but
then we don't need a study to see why you broke the thing that we already established because we already established it. And so, what is the establishment in prostitution that is so bad that it needs to be illegal?
well, I would go back into the idea of that there's different parts of it. For example, the idea of actual security for the woman, so she's not being ridden with disease. For example, there is the idea of family. There's the idea of
Well, let's take those
having.
one at let's take those one at a time. So
Okay,
the her safety then. So
one of
if
them is her
we're
safety. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. But I also think that if you're a woman and you're going on a date, then there's an aspect of safety there as well. I mean,
Mhm.
date RP, as we call it on this channel, that's a thing. That's a phrase because it's women going on dates and then getting RP. And so should dating be illegal?
No. What we okay. So,
So then the safety of it shouldn't affect the
well, first
legality.
of all, would that be a crime?
Would
That they go on a date that they get R word.
yes.
Okay, I agree with
Uh,
you.
yeah, I'm glad we agree. Yeah,
So
so
if
that
that is a crime, because we're talking about the safety of the woman, that it's putting, well, she shouldn't be at risk going on a date if she's trying to find somebody that they want to spend the rest of their life on. But if you're going on a
sure.
date to which with a specific intent of getting R word, do you think that should be illegal? That's
If
the
you
intent
so if
of.
if you're asking if a man intentionally goes on a date with or if a man goes on a date with the specific intention to R word
If a
her,
woman goes on a date, if a woman goes on a date with a specific intent to get R word, should she be able
hmm.
to?
I don't think that it works like that because if she's doing it, then she's giving consent, and R based
It's gonna
specifically
be
without
it's
consent.
it's gonna be
So
brutal,
what can you
dude.
play? So play that out for me. What is the situation that you're actually asking about? Should it be legal or not? So
Let's
the woman
let's say
says
that
X.
there's just two people, okay, in the world out. They meet online. One of them is like, "Yeah, I want to do all these crazy things to you," and the other one says, the man says, "I want to do all these crazy things to you," and the other one says, "Oh my God, I am getting feedback."
Oh, for me.
Yeah, from you. I think it's the thing you are sharing.
This. Let's see. Hold on. Get rid of that.
Check if
Testing.
you're. Yeah, it was that. I think you're sharing your desktop audio somehow.
Yeah, there's nothing on from that. All right. Well, wait. So when I add, you're getting an echo now.
Hello. Yes.
Weird. All right,
Maybe
I'll
you
share
have
with
you
you.
have your own stream open.
Nope. I'll just share without audio. How
Hello.
about that? Testing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Good. All right. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what happened there. All
No,
right.
no, no.
Just trying to get a quality and deference over on Rumble as a part of the discussion. And since we're not using this, figure let's pop that open. He said liked and shared. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free and easy and it helps out so very, very much. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling YouTube, Rumble, or X that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you, and welcome to the party. So I'm sorry, you were saying I got.
Oh, the question is, let's say that the woman decide, okay, they meet online, guys, like I want to do all these crazy things with you. The woman is like, yeah, sure, let's do it. Do you think that should be something that people should do?
Oh, that's right. So we're running through the situation. So I don't know if I fully understand what situation you are presenting to me.
Yeah,
So the girl,
there's full
the girl is trying.
non-consent. You realize there's full non-consent couples, right? Consent, non-consent. What they call consent, non-consent.
I'm not familiar with that term. No, what does that mean?
Um, oh God. It means that If
Let's look
the
it up.
it means that if the girl says no, it means harder daddy, pretty much.
Oh, okay. Well, so that's getting into that's getting into like fantasy and kink stuff, and outside of the realm of if we're
Yeah.
if you have an R word kink, then like that's a different thing. That's
No, no,
obviously
no.
not.
But I'm asking, like, should we allow, like, would that be okay
So
when it
no, if
comes
she has
to?
an R word fantasy and she goes on a date to get that fantasy fulfilled, that should not be illegal because of the fact that she is consenting to that by initiating it.
What if that person wants to delete itself?
What about if that person wants to delete himself?
Yeah, so they're both together. That it's the same thing, but the guy's just gonna delete that person instead of that, and they're both
I'm not sure
fully
how that connects.
consent.
But
Full
but
consent.
killing someone is already illegal. I'm trying
Yeah,
to nail
yeah.
down
I
on.
know, I know. I'm
Okay.
asking. I'm trying to figure out morality. Okay, two people meet. They're both fully consent. One of them is like, "Yeah, you can't delete me." Okay, and the other one's like, "Yeah, I'll delete you." Should that be legal?
No. And I
Why
don't think
not?
any of the stuff, like in any, whether you say that you want to be, we can say killed, whether you say you want to be killed or whether you're part of a dating situation or any of those things, that's irrelevant because that's still murder.
Why?
What do you mean why? Because that's
Why
what the
is it
law is.
murder? Yeah, why
Because you
is
don't.
it?
I mean, that's a great question. I mean, if we want to talk about the right to end your own life, then we can talk about that. But I don't really know what that has to do with prostitution.
Well, again, I'm trying to figure out what is the threshold in the morality. Like, I'm trying to figure out what is the threshold in the consent. Because right now, we were like, hey, this is what I think this should be a possibility for the people, and it's moral because of consent. So I need to know what is the threshold of consent. I can go ahead and say I have all of these things I consent to, and I have all of these things I don't consent to. Okay, that would be preference based on whatever I want at the end of the day. But when we're talking about society, especially when we're talking about a moral axiom, where we're saying we're gonna make rules in society that all people should follow, we're gonna make them in accordance to not only our cultural values. I need to be able to say, and the reason why this is this is a just law is because it follows X axiomatic presupposition. That would be in your worldview. In my worldview, it would be
Right. I get
it's
that's what you're
because it
trying to
follows.
extract. I'm just
Yeah,
not following how we're getting there.
yeah. I need to
So
know what is
again, if
the. I need to know
so, my
what is the
understanding of your
threshold.
so my understanding of your question is
Mhm.
the woman is going out on a date and she specifically wants to engage in an R word fantasy.
No,
Good so
that
far?
right now we agree, or we said that's fine because it's
Okay.
consent.
Okay.
Okay,
So sorry, I didn't realize you moved on.
now it's a self delete fantasy, and
It's
you
a
said
self-delete
no.
fantasy. So she's saying, I want you to delete me.
Mm-hmm.
That's the situation. Should that be
Yeah,
legal? Is what you're asking me.
yeah, that's what I'm
No, that should
asking.
not be legal.
But why?
Because
They're
then
both
we get
consenting.
into what's the terminology? I don't know, but the mental state of being able to do that. I don't think that we are at a place where we can at least legally
Mhm.
determine if somebody is mentally able to say yes, I want to end my life. Now, I mean, hey, go to Canada and depression is enough. Do you're in the U.S., right?
Yeah, I'm in the U.S. in Utah.
Yeah. And so again, I think that you're bringing up a lot of different things that are talking about why maybe prostitution is not good, and I agree with that. But
Mhm.
I stop at the legal aspect.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we'll move there in a second. I can agree with you, specifically what you said. I would go a little bit further when it comes to that because I cannot. If I am an empiricist, what is the way that I can measure mental states, right?
You um
Let's
What do
say
you
that
mean?
I'm a full empiricist. How in the world can I measure mental states?
I mean, we have, trust me, I have a degree in psychology and I know how
Yeah.
bullshit with soft science it is. But there is a lot. I mean, we look into neuroscience and there are
Uh-huh.
hard scientific aspects of psychology. So,
I'm
I
not
mean,
saying I'm not.
we have
I'm
brain
not.
mapping on
Mhm.
what certain feelings look like when you map the brain with fMRI scans.
Okay, I can agree with you on that. Okay, but the question becomes once again, because we're talking about a mental state. So how do we measure a mental state when we're trying to
I just
make
told you,
decisions?
fMRI.
So that's the
fMRI,
only
and
way
then we
to do
have
it.
a much softer way is talk therapy, psychiatrist, psychologist. I don't. What are you trying? What is so? What I don't know what you're trying to get to.
Well, if I'm an empiricist and I want to make an idea of whether or not a person should self-delete, then the only, I would need to have a way to measure if that person is telling the truth or is not telling the truth, or if he actually wants that to happen or not want that to happen.
Yeah, so we have
Um,
psychological professionals who would be able to
mhm.
sit down with you. And again, I didn't even know this, but there are states in this country where that is the process, and definitely with Made in Canada, then you go through these processes. And again, I don't agree with that because I have my own spiritual ideas about life and all that stuff. But again, when it comes to the law, I don't necessarily see why that should be illegal. I think it
Well,
should be
I
heavily shamed.
no, I think it should be completely legal. There are things in the world that we are meant to protect, and
So
life is
wait,
one
you're
of
saying
those
it
things we
should?
are meant to protect. It should be illegal for it should be illegal for people to self delete, and that would be
So
like there would be consequences in the ideas of, right? If you see a person that is like, you know what, I'm done with life and I need to do X thing, and you don't call an authority that will take that person and bring them the help they need, that should be a direction of the duty that you have towards that person, you know, so
yeah,
that
I agree
that
with that.
person will not self-delete. And
Okay.
I would say that is pretty much the same in different areas of the world. Like if you're depressed, I don't know if you can agree with me. It's fine if you don't. But if you're depressed, the solution to the depression that you are feeling per se would not be, hey, just take these 9 millimeter pill, put in right next to your put it on your temple, and that's gonna be the solution, right? I
I
don't think
guess,
that would
but
be the case.
I'm but maybe I'm trying to jump ahead too far. I'm very confused of what this has to do with the conversation.
Oh well, okay. Now let's when we're talking, I'm gonna bring it back. So when let's say that I have a moral standard of things that we want. In your case, it's gonna be a little bit harder to get to the moral standard. That's what I was trying to make this line of questioning. But I do have a moral standard of what I would consider to get a person or have a society that is running in a better way. And one of those things that I believe helps society to run better. And if I want that is better, I want to remove the activities that are considered to be wrongful. In this case, I would say one of those activities that actually hurt women in a it actually hurts them not only socially but also in their health and in their spirit would be prostitution. So I want completely gone, uh, as far as I can,
So
gone from
that's
society.
fair enough, but we know for a fact that that's not going to happen. Like prostitution is always
Why
going to
not?
exist, and so because look at the world, we have
So
every
what?
society ever has done it, and it's been illegal in a lot of places for a long time, and that
Mhm.
doesn't stop it. So people are going
So
to do what
we
they're
should
going to do.
just yeah.
So
In that
so
case, it
wouldn't it
would
be
be a.
better? Hold
Mhm.
on. So wouldn't it be better if we know that people are going to do this, whether it's legal or illegal? Wouldn't it be better to legalize it so then we can put the proper resources in to make sure that the women who do choose to engage in it are much safer and they're not just, stuck to a pimp?
No, because it's not safe. At
It's
what
not,
point?
I know
Right
that it's not
now,
safe, but it's less safe when they're doing it illegally. So
right now,
if your concern is safety, then it's safer to be a legal prostitute in Nevada than it is to be a streetwalker in New York City. No?
no.
How?
What is it? Why is it safer in Nevada, according to you?
because there's infrastructure, there's testing, there's companies that make sure they have people that register with the government. There's, I mean, it may not. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's definitely more safe than just being on your own. I mean,
So
like,
you're going
would
to a
you just
regulatory state that is going to tell you what you should and shouldn't do in this case to make it safer, but you don't think that that same regulatory state that's telling you what you should and shouldn't do can't do anything when it comes to abolishing it?
what do you mean?
Yeah. So you're saying, well, in Nevada, we have all of these harlots, okay? And they are regulated by the government. But the government that is supposed to be regulating all of these harlots cannot get rid of them. It's impossible for the government. They can regulate them, but they cannot get rid of them, right?
Right. That was my argument. So if we can't
Yeah,
get rid
yeah.
of it, then why not make it say this is the same argument that we used for marijuana, that it was
Why would I
legal.
believe that they can regulate them if they cannot get rid of them?
What?
Why
Because
would I
regulation and
believe that the
elimination are
government
not the same things.
why would I believe that the government is able to actually regulate them if they cannot eliminate them? What do they need to
Because
regulate them?
elimination is a complete thing. To eliminate it means that there's zero. To make it safer just means to make it less dangerous.
Okay, let me put it this way again. What do
So,
they
like,
need? What do they need to regulate it?
I don't know. I've never engaged in this specific.
What do you think? What do you think the government needs in order to regulate anything?
Laws.
Okay, and what is the entitlement of laws?
What is the what of laws?
The entitlement. You break a law, what happens?
You go to jail. You get a fine.
And what do they use to get you to jail?
Just what do you get your?
Yeah, they use force. So in both cases, they're
Right,
using
okay.
force. You need force to regulate them, and you need force to eliminate them. So if
Right.
if the government is so incompetent to use force to eliminate them, why would I believe that they can use force to regulate them?
Because that's already how the world works. It's much easier to regulate something than it is to eliminate it.
I don't think so. I think it's way harder to actually regulate. Imagine that somebody gets HIV,
So
and how exactly is the government going to be able to regulate that person from engaging in the only activity that is able to sustain that person?
what is the connection between getting HIV and so you're saying
Sex
this
work?
person's getting HIV from prostitution?
Yeah.
Okay, and so that is, again, that's already a risk of as equality is saying, fornication in general. So that is that is an inherent risk that you're taking. Just like when you drink alcohol,
Yeah.
there's an inherent risk that you get impaired, that all these things. So what I'm talking about is we have laws like you can't drive drunk. That makes it safer for alcohol to be in society than if you were allowed to drive drunk. Agreed?
No.
So you think it would be safer in America if we allowed people to drive drunk?
I would think okay. I would think that at this point it's safer that we have certain regulation with alcohol because the opposition was not possible due to our culture. Okay, we like alcohol; it's impossible. Okay? But we have a bunch of things in place for people to be able to drive and try to keep the peace. We have a bunch of officers that go out at night just verifying any kind of weird behavior when it comes to driving. They can pull you over, they ask for your driving license, they have a bunch of tests in order to do that. What do we have? Prostitution cops running around there with their
So
HIV?
exactly, precisely. Yeah.
Okay,
This is
can we?
exactly what
I want to
Craig is
know if
bringing up.
this is true because I don't think that's exactly what's happening. I don't think that's a cop going to room 204, knocking on the door and being like, "Hey, Miss
No, but
Harlot
there's
number 7,
mechanism.
can
There's
we
mechanism.
get your
So
blood? It's time to your
no, but
checkup."
it's not about the blood part is not about it. When we're talking about safety, again, if you are going to fornicate with somebody, there's
Mhm.
inherent risks in that. You can't legislate the risks out of having sex. The risks that we're
No,
talking about
yes, you
are
can.
getting robbed, getting hurt, getting beaten. And so what Craig is saying, as
That
far
is
as I understand,
exactly
go to a
what
place
you're
like the Bunny
doing
Ranch.
that is exactly what you are doing with that is precisely what you're actually doing when you're having drive under the influence laws. You are trying to regulate the amount of risk. That is exactly what you're
Correct.
doing.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
So
so are you saying that because they can't eliminate the risk that the regulation will be imperfect? Is that what you're saying?
no, I'm
Because I
trying
agree with
to
that. But let's
question
go back to the
why
drunk
would I
driving thing.
trust the
'Cause I
government to be able to regulate it in the first place? If they cannot
mean,
eliminate it because it's the use of force in both cases,
so
and
why?
it's easier
So
to
okay.
it's
So then let's go
easier.
back to drunk driving laws. Why should we have drunk driving laws? We can't eliminate drunk driving, so why even bother?
Yeah, because it's a culture thing. We like alcohol as a society.
Right? And we like sex too.
Yeah. Okay. That doesn't mean that it's the same
Okay.
kind
So
of
what?
one
So my
one.
question is, why is it better to
Mhm.
have drunk driving laws, or are you sticking on it's not better to have drunk driving laws? We would be safer
No.
if you were allowed to drive drunk.
Yeah, it would be safer if you weren't. In fact, you're not allowed to drive drunk, right?
Right. And
If
that makes it safer,
somebody
right?
gets
That makes
you,
it safer, right?
yeah,
Yeah. So that's regulation. So just because we can't
that's not
eliminate drunk
regulation.
driving, that is regulation.
That's prohibition. They are prohibiting you from driving drunk.
Okay, but so fine. Then the regulation is prohibiting driving drunk.
Yes.
When I say regulation, I just mean the government having a say to be able to use the force that you talked about to address the situation.
Yeah.
And so in the drunk driving thing,
yeah, they're saying don't drive drunk or else.
Right.
Am I saying?
Right.
I'm saying.
And so in the same way, we will say don't R word, don't drug these women.
No, don't be a prostitute or else.
Or else the law will come down on you, and you can have the personal opinion, just like I have the personal opinion that one should not be a prostitute. That's not what we're talking about. Though.
It's a little bit above
the legality, and you're saying it shouldn't be legal. Not that.
No,
you
I'm saying
believe.
I'm saying it shouldn't be legal. It should be the actual thing should be don't be a prostitute or else.
Or else what?
Okay, how many accidents do you think happen because of drunk drivers?
I don't know. Do we need to look it up? We can say a lot.
Yeah, we can say a lot. Okay, there's a lot of them. Do you think there will be more or less if it was completely legal to just go on and drunk drive without any problem? More. Okay.
Right.
So I still don't believe the government to be able to regulate it. So I don't think the government has the capacity to regulate drunk driving. If they were like, you can drunk drive.
So you don't know anybody who's gotten a DUI before? Do you know anybody who's gotten a DUI before?
It is prohibited or it is regulated?
Well, again, as Equality is saying, a prohibition is a regulation. So do you know anybody who has gotten a DUI before?
Yes, but then, okay, fine. So if we're going to call it regulation to prohibit prostitution, then I agree with you. I prohibit all prostitution is regulated.
No, I want to prohibit the other negative aspects of prostitution. I want to prohibit beating
you can drunk drive as long as you don't swear, right?
Okay, I want to prohibit beating the shit out of a prostitute. I want to prohibit getting involved with these without a drug test. I want to prohibit women from walking on the street. It has to be in a building that has a license. All these things. That's what I want to prohibit. Those are the things that help make it unsafe. I don't disagree with you that being a prostitute is unsafe. So is drinking alcohol, but we don't make alcohol illegal because of the fact that it is unsafe.
In your case, you're saying your case would be let's make this. Your case would be I'm drinking alcohol. Yeah, I have a Timmy song. Jesus fuck, I hate that. I have a car, okay, and then the regulation would be you can drink alcohol until you start swirling around. Okay, so now cops can only go ahead and stop you for supposed DUI if you start swirling around. And then we see an increase of accidents of people that are drunk driving. And you're like, well, but we only should regulate on the bad effects of drunk driving. We shouldn't
because individual liberty. I have the individual liberty that I can get in my car, and the cops can't just decide to pull me over for no reason. So again, the utility.
No, there will be a reason. You will be drunk. No, I'm saying that would be the reason.
Right. I'm saying without that reason. I'm saying if I'm not swerving, if I'm not giving signs that I'm drunk, then I have the individual liberty not to be pulled over and questioned. Do you
What if
agree
they
with that?
see
That should be the
you?
case?
Okay, let me put it this way. What
No,
if
no,
they
no,
see
no, no,
you
no, 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 no. Wait, wait,
drinking,
wait.
you go into the car,
I
you
agree.
look normal, and they still pull you over
Okay,
because they
but
saw
then
you
that's what
drinking?
I'm saying. They have the reason. They saw me drinking before I got to the car.
But you weren't thrilling. At this point, we're gonna go back to the idea of what is the
Why does that matter?
regulation.
I don't understand why that matters.
Because
What
you're
does that have
trying to
do with-
regulate. You're saying I want to regulate the bad driving, okay?
Yes.
Not the
Similarly
drunk,
to I
not the
want to regulate the
drunk
bad
driving.
behavior that makes prostitution more dangerous,
Yeah,
not the
but
prostitution itself.
no,
I don't want
this
to
is
prohibit.
yeah. I understand where you're coming from. You're coming
Okay,
from with
so
the
tell
idea
me.
of you're coming with the idea of personal liberty triumphs, the capacity for being the capacity
Unsafe.
for safety even.
Right.
And I can agree with that. I even agree with that. Okay.
Okay. So then
I do
why
believe that most of
should
the time that would be the
prostitution be
case, because all of the society, all of society is worse off by allowing that to happen. And the only way you can actually make a dent on the effects of said action of said activity is by removing it from society. You have to
But that's
remove it.
okay. So how do you remove it from society?
You make it illegal. You every single person that you see
It
being a
already is
harlot.
illegal. Wait,
No,
wait, wait, wait. It
in
already
Nevada
is
it
illegal.
isn't.
Okay, but and outside of Nevada and Oregon, there's still prostitutes. So making it illegal is not an effective way to eliminate it.
Yeah, OnlyFans is completely legal. There's a lot of fucking pages that you can get a lot of this kind of shit that is completely legal. There's a lot. Oh, you don't
We're
think
not talking about OnlyFans. We're not
it
talking
is? It is
about,
prostitution.
Let's go back. Okay, fine. I agree with you. But that's a pivot.
No, it's not a pivot. It is legal.
Let's go back 15 years before there was OF.
Okay.
Do we agree that with two things? One, that prostitution was illegal in most states. And two, that there also were still prostitutes.
Yes, and I can even say that
okay, so then making it illegal does not eliminate it.
No, it does. It reduces it to the minimum amount possible.
Right.
We're not allowing it in society. We're not saying it's fine. We're not saying, hey, you know what? This is a career path you can take. It's going to be fine. We're actually going through the pains of having to deal with the people that are doing it. And what we've seen in the past 20 years is not actually dealing with that. We've been allowing it to happen more and more and more and more. And the effects on society, especially when it comes to women, have been completely and absolutely atrocious.
I don't disagree with you. I'm still now asking if your standard is this makes society worse, therefore it should be illegal, then there's a lot more things that you should believe.
I would say that there's a lot more things that I agree with that. I would say PDF files would be completely legal. I would say slavery would be completely legal. I would say murder is completely
drinking
legal.
alcohol,
I would
driving
say
cars,
drinking. No.
Using a skateboard,
No.
riding a bike,
drinking,
skydiving. All of these things are dangerous.
Driving. There's a difference. Driving while on
the
alcohol would be illegal.
That's what
using
I'm trying to drill
fentanyl would be illegal.
Hold on, brother. You keep saying there's a difference, and I'm trying to
drill
down
there are
on the
differences.
Okay, what is the difference?
It's not purely safety. There are things
there are other safe things. There are other unsafe things that are legal. So why is this unsafe thing should be illegal?
Because of the effects on society.
Special pleading.
It's not special pleading. There are actual effects. If you jump from a plane because you really want to do it and want to experience that, okay? And at the end of the day, there's not going to be much of a problem with you. This risk, obviously, you can die, which will be bad for you, okay? Is there going to be an actual effect on society because you jump from a plane and use a parachute?
Yeah, if it's legal and people are doing it all the time and people are dying, then that's negative in society.
It's legal. What would be the grand effect on society because you did it?
People are dying. I'm not arguing that skydiving and prostitution have the exact same role in society.
Okay, how many STDs are you gonna get from jumping from a plane?
Emmett, hold on. I think we're talking basketball. You're trying to say this is unsafe, therefore we should prohibit.
No, it's
and
not.
I'm saying, well, there's a lot of things that are unsafe. Why don't we prohibit those?
And it's not only that it's unsafe.
Please, if you are saying anything that is unsafe should be illegal, then okay, we can agree to disagree and bring up some people and see if they want to chat. But if that's not what you're saying, then I need to understand why the specific action of prostitution that is not safe should be illegal, while there are many other things that are not safe that can bring down society, like, I don't know, fucking pride pride parades.
It's a holistic thing. It's more than just one specific thing. It's not just
Okay,
the
so we got
safety of, okay?
Okay,
It's
so safety is just
safety,
one part.
its effect on society, okay? It's the actual the harm that is caused around that specific industry. I don't know if you heard it, but there's a lot of human trafficking that is linked to the industry, for example. This is something that's very well known. There are it's not just, well, and besides that, people, especially Christians, would find it to be completely immoral and abhorrent. And if that is the case, and we live in a society that we can use our morals to say what kind of society do we have, why should it be wrong for us to say, hey, no, we don't want this kind of crap, and we're gonna ban it. And if we see you doing it, we're gonna put you in jail. What?
So that gets into who is we then? Because the prostitutes clearly want it. The Johns clearly want it.
Yeah, Christians.
Why do you get
a bunch of Christians are gonna go there and gonna be like, yeah, we don't want you to do it.
Why does that matter though?
Because we're the majority.
And if you're not voting that way, then
we've been told that we couldn't vote that way, but we can, and we're going to, and then we're gonna ban it, and then you're gonna say what?
I mean,
nothing, why is it wrong? Why is it wrong for a bunch of Christians to go together, vote it in, and say you're not gonna fucking do it because we don't want it?
Because that infringes on individual liberty.
And who cares?
Un-American.
No, it's completely American. We're gonna make an amendment. We're gonna go through the whole process. It's gonna be peaceful, and you're gonna be like, yeah, it is completely legal. It's completely legal, and it's completely legal for us to say that we don't want you to do it.
Fair enough. So then what happens when in the next 50 years, the trends continue and outside of this little crucible bump that Christianity is going by the wayside, and then all the evil atheists then decide, oh no, it is legal. We want it to be legal. Then it's okay because
when we get there, well, if we get there, we'll get there. But we're not gonna get there because you know what? You guys don't reproduce anyway. So a bunch of baby Christians are being born right now, and their baby Christians are gonna go out and vote like Christians. Are gonna be like, shit, suck it, atheist. You guys don't reproduce anyway, and we're gonna have a bunch of laws that are Christian based. It's gonna be great. That's what's gonna happen.
Okay, so hypothetically, though, if that doesn't happen, and we see the trends continue as they are, and that secularity increases and religiosity decreases by a significant amount, then it would be okay because we, the electorate, decided that prostitution is legal. You wouldn't have a problem with that.
I would say that in that case, I have a problem with it. I would go ahead and tell you what is the prescription when it comes to Christianity and why you shouldn't do it, which is all of the evil things that are associated with it. But I will agree that the authority is saying that it's something that is legal, as it is right now. So what we want to do is not necessarily destroy the whole process. What we want to do is being able to use the system in accordance to our ethics and say, you know what, we're done with people who have no morality telling us what we are supposed to be able to do and we should do when we actually have a moral standard.
Would we? Yeah, I think we would, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the Christian standard. I think it could.
What is your standard? That's what I wanted to go at the beginning with the standard and the threshold. And if you actually look at the conversation, we didn't get to the threshold.
I don't follow a particular ideology. As I
know, but what do you follow?
So, like I said, I am essentially a utilitarian that puts individual liberty
over
that. Whatever's the best for humans.
How do you know?
I don't know.
What is the utility?
I don't know. But if I do know the utility, then I want to go with what is best. So
how do you know what is best? That is the problem. The problem with utilitarianism is that 99% of the time, the answer to what the utility is would be, I don't know, I believe X thing, and then I don't know what you believe in anyway.
Yeah, because nobody's allowed to have that conversation because you get shouted down. You're like, no, you don't already have the answer, so it must be Christianity. How am I supposed to figure it out?
I didn't do that. Did I do that?
No, I didn't say
What did I
specifically.
do specifically?
You just asked me that. You just said that my position is untenable because I don't already have a different answer. How am I supposed to come up
No.
with a different? How am I supposed to come up with a different answer if every time I try to bring up the discussion, I'm expected to already have the answer? I can't have the answer before I have the discussion. I need to have the discussion before I have the answer. I'm trying to have the discussion in part right now, and then you're just like, no, well, you don't have the answer, so we can't have the discussion. So I don't know. Christianity didn't just appear in one day. So I don't know why we would
Christianity
expect.
appeared in one day. You know, Christ did it in
No,
one day.
it did
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
No.
He did the sacrifice in one day and then was
I
reborn
didn't
3
say, is
days
that what I said?
later.
Is that what I said?
What
Did
I'm
I say he died?
saying,
No, I said
what I am
Christianity
saying,
as an ideology did not
Mhm.
just evolve overnight. There was
No, it didn't
nothing.
just evolve
There was
overnight.
nothing
That's
written
agree.
about Jesus for decades.
No, there was a lot written about Jesus. Very close to the whole thing. There's a lot that we've lost. I can agree with that. But you cannot say that nothing was written about Jesus for decades. Because you don't know. It's a claim that you will not be able to sustain.
My point is, dude, that you are trying
Mhm.
to say that because I don't already have the answer, that you have the right answer.
No, I asked you for your answer, and I went
Right, and I
through the
don't have it
pains
yet.
of trying
That
to
doesn't. Okay,
understand
let's
what
use,
is
let's use
your
an analogy. Let's use
threshold
an
when it
analogy.
comes to morality, and I
Let's use an
cannot get
analogy.
there.
Let's use an analogy.
Well, okay, Indian Jesus. One before that, okay? Let's put it this way. Have you questioned my moral standards?
No.
So how do you know what is my moral standard and why I stand where do I
I'm
get it
trying
from?
to figure it out
When
by asking you these questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Why should prostitution be illegal and other things that are not safe should be legal? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Because it's a holistic thing. This specifically when it comes to
Okay, so we
prostitution,
got the
it's not
safety
only
aspect.
safety, but it's also the effects on
Society
society
gets
and the
devalued,
evils and the
harm. I got you. I wrote all of that
evils.
down. And so what I am saying is that, okay, fair enough. If you are saying that anything that has the three things of safety, society being devalued, and causing harm should be illegal, then we have a whole bunch of other things that you should say should be
Like
illegal.
what?
Like drinking alcohol.
No.
Why? So that's what I'm trying to get down at. What is the difference
Because there are ways
between
in which you can
alcohol
drink
and
alcohol. It's
prostitution?
gonna be fine.
Say again?
There are ways for you to be able to drink alcohol that's gonna be perfectly fine.
There's no way to have sex with a woman that's not perfectly fine?
Yeah, if you get married. Are we talking about getting married? Am I talking about, banning
No,
marriage?
but we were talking about harm. We were talking about
No, we're
harm.
talking about harm. You keep pivoting. It's like I'm not saying one is X, one is bad because of X thing. I'm saying one is bad because of the whole
No, I'm
framework
saying
of the thing.
okay, but I'm saying you gave me 3 criteria.
Yeah, what is
Safety,
the
society being
let's
devalued, and harm. I've met
let's
all
use
3 of
it.
those with drinking alcohol. And you
Let's
said,
use
okay,
let's use that with marriage. Do it with marriage.
Hold on. You gave me 3 criteria. Safety, society being devalued, and harm. And
Do
you
it
said
with marriage.
hold on, dude. You said those are the holistic reasons why prostitution should be illegal. But then I presented to you something else that meets all 3 holistic criteria, and you say no. And I'm asking you, what is the difference? What is the difference between thing A that meets all 3 criteria and thing B that meets all 3 criteria, and you only want one of them to be illegal?
Can you drink a beer and be perfectly fine?
Yes. Can you fuck a whore one time and be fine?
No.
How do you know that?
Because you need to have a market for it, and the market is the thing that is causing the harm.
What does a market have to do with an individual having sex with one person one time? You're
Is
saying
it?
it is
Is it?
impossible.
Is
No, wait.
no.
Okay, I just want to clarify my question.
No, you're not. You pivoting.
You
You pivot so hard that I don't even know how to explain how much you pivoted.
I'm what?
Pivoting. What was the question you asked first? What was the first question you asked?
I'm saying if thing A meets all 3 criteria, and because it meets those 3 criteria, it is illegal. It should be illegal in your mind. Then why are there other things that meet all 3 criteria that are legal?
Because they don't meet them. They don't meet them. That's the reason why.
So you think that alcohol is completely safe?
No.
You think it doesn't devalue society to have alcoholics?
Alcohol,
you don't think alcohol harms your body?
Is everybody
Those are
that
the
drinks?
criteria you
Is
gave.
everybody? Oh my God. Okay. Let me know when you're done, and I'll listen to you.
I'm done. Go ahead. I gave the 3, and you're saying there's a difference, and I'm asking what's the
Yeah.
difference.
Okay. Is everybody that drinks alcohol is an alcoholic?
Nope.
Okay. Can you drink alcohol without having any kind of problem in society?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the actual market for alcohol a problem for society? Like the
Sorry.
farmers that are produce the farmers that are producing the
You
grain,
said
the
I missed the
people
beginning.
that are working on the factories to do to produce the alcohol, the distributors, are all of them a problem to society?
Again, I missed the beginning of the question. That's why I want to be rude, but I was trying to interrupt you because I know you were going off and I didn't hear the
Mhm.
beginning. So I gave you
Okay.
yes to the first
Is
2.
the market that is being produced by alcohol, the farmers, the producers, the drivers, the stores, are those a problem to society?
The markets a problem to society? I'd say yeah.
You think the farmers that produce the grain that is necessary to make a beer are a problem for society?
Yeah. In the same way that the alcohol itself can't be created without those farmers. Like, yeah, alcohol is not good for people individually or society, but it is legal and it is culturally acceptable. And also, it is culturally not acceptable to overindulge. I'm not
I
understanding the difference
I
between
don't
why
I don't
that is the
even
case with
know.
alcohol and why the case that's different with prostitution.
Yeah, because you said that farmers that produce grain are bad for society. It's like I can't go anywhere
I didn't say
there.
they're the worst things ever, but are they contributing to a problem? Absolutely.
No, they're not. Because there can be a person that drinks a beer and it's not an alcoholic and it's not have any
In
issue
the
in
same way,
society. Yeah, it
in
would
the
be a
same way that
problem if the
somebody can
person
have
is
a
an
prostitute,
alcoholic, right? It has to do a bit more with
right?
personal autonomy.
Right. So
Yeah,
in the
well,
same way, somebody can.
just like a person would be a problem if it's an alcoholic, a person that likes sex too much and it's a whore would be a problem for society. So the whores are the
Right.
problem for society.
Right. So
So ban
they're
whores.
identical
You know,
situations.
let's
They're
ban the
identical.
harlots.
Right. So in
Yes.
one case, it's okay if you drink one beer and you're fine, but it's not okay to be an alcoholic. In the other case, it's
It's
okay to have sex
fine.
with someone
Yeah.
one time, but
It's
it's not okay to become an addict.
it would be
What is
great.
the difference? I'm
It
just
would be
asking for the
great.
difference.
Yeah, it would be great, okay, for people to get married and have a bunch of sex and a bunch of babies, you know? But if you're gonna be around whoring yourself, then that's bad. It's bad for society and we're gonna ban it. Just like a person that is drinking one beer and has no problem is perfectly fine, but a drunkard that is outside the middle of the road is gonna get tagged by the police and is gonna be thrown in jail. Both of those cases, same thing, they're the same. We can agree that both of those we can't ban them. So if at that point we both agree, harlots are gone, drunkards can be gone too.
I don't know that I do agree with that, but I do
Yeah.
think that that's a good place to agree to disagree. That I think that if I don't necessarily believe that the harm that is associated with prostitution is the justification for legality. I think that it is something that we as Americans should take upon ourselves.
Why we
We don't
should?
need to rely on the government
Why should
to
we?
say this is bad because we need to take responsibility for ourselves.
Yeah, but what if we're taking responsibility by using the government to ban things that we don't want in society?
Then that's the government's responsibility.
No, it would be the persons that are, because remember,
Well, I'm
the
separating the
government is the
government. I'm
people.
separating government decree, and we just decide this because that's our culture. That's
The
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 dichotomy I'm putting.
well, the people are the government. We are deciding what kind of government we're gonna
Fair
have.
enough.
Let
But
me read
I mean,
this. Let me read this because it's $2 for you and it needs to be read. Box, $2. The world oldest profession, and then he did send another one. So
again.
I'm gonna go ahead and give him the next one's box for $2. That's Hunter. And you know what, Box? Thanks so much for the support to Indian Jesus. You are a legend. Keep on supporting so that he can bring you all of the entertainment that you desire.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, sir, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Guys, don't forget We have got the swole goal there. Box just came in with the $2 twice. So of course that makes him the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. All right, we're gonna try to so I think we're coming to a place where we're kind of seeing like, okay, this is where we agree, this is where we disagree, and it's just a difference of opinions. So I want to not an official closing argument, but I just want to give you the floor and give you the last words, and then we got a couple people who want to come up and chat. Quality,
Okay, yeah.
ditching you here. But I'll give you the floor here. Box, I'm gonna pull this down so in case Emmett wants to clip this. The floor is wrong one. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay. First of all, thank you. Thank you, Lodge, for having me on. It was a great conversation. I think we agree on a lot of things when it comes to some of the libertarian ideas. Not necessarily on every single one of them, but in some of them. I will say again that this is a holistic thing. It's not only because of one of the reasons, but it's that multitude of reasons that make it so. I think we've been told, especially people, especially Christians, that they shouldn't be using their morals to do as is necessary for society and impose certain rules and regulations, even though we're gonna get at the end of the day rules and regulation imposed on us. So in this case, prostitution is bad because of three reasons. One is obviously the safety of the people that are in that industry. It would be. It also includes the women that are in that industry. It's because of the effects they have on society. It devalues. It devalues the woman. It devalues the family, and it devalues the society in general, especially when it's not being seen as something good. Especially when it's seen as something viable. That's the especially when it's seen as something viable. And then the last part would be because the effects of the market are really bad in society. It increases the amount of obviously SA. It increased the amount of abuse, and it increased the amount of rings, like sex slavery and rings um, of sex trafficking. So that would be the reasons why I would say that it's bad and should be abolished.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I think I gave a pretty simple reason. I think that it is just a transaction like any other, so we don't need to treat it any differently. So if you're watching this on the replay, let me know what you think in the comments. Should prostitution be legal? And on top of that, who debated better? Shout out to CT2. Yeah, right. Shout out to CT223. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. I saw you over in the chat. What did you have to think about all of this?
I'll be honest. I came in towards the latter half of the debate itself. Seems like, at least in the latter half, it seemed like Lutch was kind of making more points and more points, and that you would. What's your name, sir?
Emmett.
Emmett. It seemed like Emmett was kind.
That didn't help.
Kind of backtracking and kind of trying to catch up, but that's not necessarily why I'm not trying to dogpile on Emmett. That's not my point of being here. So, from what I observed, it seemed like Lutch had the opposition, but I
think you need some glasses, dude. But it's fine. It's my opinion.
Emmett, that's why I hopped up here. So instead of telling me I need glasses, you can tell me why I'm wrong, and we can debate it right here. So this is round 2.
I don't know. You can tell me what is your argument. Like I gave my argument, and you can cross-examine me if you want me to.
To go over the main. So we'll say that there is more, but the main 3 tenets. Is that fair, Emmett?
Yeah, we can say another way.
So I'll give the 3, and then if you want to add a couple more, by all means. So we said the safety of the women, the fact that it devalues society, and then the specific harm to the women themselves.
to the trafficking. Okay. Emmett, do you want to readdress any of your thoughts, or should I go in on
No, you can just cross-examine me if you want to.
Yeah, that's fine. I think
You know what a cross-examination is? Just before you start.
Well, do you want me to cross-examine, or do you want me to make my points?
Well, you were asking me about, you said that. Well, okay, in cross-examination, what you do is try to put my argument to the. Just a second. In
condescending question.
If you just wanna, if you just
we just get CT, why don't you ask Emmett what you want to ask him? Remember, we said safety, society being devalued, and harm to the women. And he said that is a justification that it should be illegal. If you disagree, ask him what you want to ask him.
Should I put my training wheels on, Emmett?
I don't know. I don't even know if you know how to do a cross-examination.
All right. Well, while you guys are bitching,
if you wanna be a meta, it's meta.
And shout out equality and deference because vagina with the big $20. My goodness. Thank you so much. And Morty heard the horn and he is ready to go. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much.
I can answer his question if you want me to.
No.
For the super chat, ask a question, so I can ask
I can answer
that.
My bad, Quality. Yeah. So Equality said, I can't read it from here. We go. Would this totalitarian be fine with Sharia law ruling over him, asking for a friend?
No, I wouldn't be, because I'm a Christian. But for what I've seen, specifically in Europe and how they've handled the Muslims, I think they would be perfectly fine being ruled by Sharia law.
Can I ask him? Where's that accent from? Where are you from?
Czechoslovakia. I'm from Czechoslovakia.
Okay. So, the third part of the question. So I think that if prostitution was legal, it would help women not be as targeted with human trafficking. Yes, because it would be more controlled. We wouldn't have this overwhelming financial incentive to smuggle people across the border versus women just being here and doing it. But that's a whole separate thing. Second part, do I think prostitution is helpful to society? Yeah, I think that's more debatable. Probably not. I don't think it's wrong. And Emmett, I am a Christian, but I also follow the Christian morals of. What do you want to laugh at? What's your?
Sir, you got make a point. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm waiting for your question.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Curva.
If you want to,
we got Box
if you want
to, welcome to the party, Box. Let's throw it to Box and see if he's got something that can get this moving.
Sorry, I heard something Slavic, and I just thought the word curva, which I think actually literally translates to prostitute or whore, if I'm not mistaken. Curva! Anyways, what I was wondering is, I feel like you were like all up on like, like the penalties and like we shouldn't be doing this. So I'm kind of like wondering the other side of that question, which would be like, how do we promote not doing this? How do we get to a situation where women don't want to do this, or we can, like I also caught the last half of all this, but it felt kind of heavy-handed from just the last half of that whole conversation. It's like, well, you don't like it. I get that you don't like it. You don't want to do it. You don't want to see it done. I can agree with all of that. But the idea is like, how do we achieve that then? Like, what are some actionable steps that we can do to achieve that don't just involve like arresting people and putting them through jail, basically?
Well, I think it would be twofold. One is arresting people and putting them in jail and showing people that it's not okay and you shouldn't do it because you're going to go to jail. And the other one would be to promote the idea of
That's
having a
good, correct.
family
Hold on,
and
boss,
doing
Let him answer.
and the other on the other side, which is what you ask for, is through propaganda, in which we're trying to tell the woman that one of the best things
So
they can do
propaganda,
is
but
have
not
a
actually help
Box,
for the
hold
women.
on, brother. Box. You gotta let him
Pro-
finish.
Okay, sorry. No, you said propaganda though, but no actual help for the women involved or like the people that seek that out. There's like no idea of like trying to reform them in any way.
that has
versus
nothing
just
to do. Like you're making a non sequitur, right? You're asking me
okay.
about prevention
Speaking of-
of thing.
Go ahead, Box. Let him talk. Go ahead, Emmett.
You're asking me about the prevention of things. You're not asking me about the reformation of the people. If you're talking about reformation, I wouldn't have any problem of finding ways to reform prostitutes in order for them to be able to be part of society and having a place where we can have a good one. Usually, this is done through the penal system, and I wouldn't have any problem of not making these like a super huge kind of crime, but seeing it as a step, as a way for us to help those people that are lost.
Let me ask this. Let me jump in and ask him it. What law do you think we should add to the books that makes prostitution illegal?
One that is enacted upon, in which if you're a prostitute, you go to jail. Whatever you want to call it.
Okay. At what point, at what severity should we make that? Because we, technically speaking, already have that law.
You go to jail, and then if you go 3 times to jail, you probably spend a lot of time in jail. How about that one?
What do you mean by a lot of time? Because we already have these laws. What do you mean by?
Are you telling me that right now we're putting women like 5 years in jail for being a harlot? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm not talking about what is being prosecuted.
Around here, they try to keep them clean off the streets.
Hold on, Box. I'm not talking about what's being prosecuted. I'm talking about what laws we have on the books.
Well, I just want them. Let's say that it's already on the books. I just want them completely enacted upon.
All right, so you want them to be prosecuted. All right, so you think if a woman is engaged in prostitution, she should be prosecuted for prostitution and be thrown in jail. Is that correct?
Bareback.
Yeah. Why is that wrong?
It's not wrong. I'm just trying to get it in place because currently on the books in America, at least, we have a lot of laws that say exactly what you just said, and they're not being prosecuted. And if anything, they get brushed under the rug to make it possible. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that's the right way to do things. I'm just saying your philosophy of saying we should make more laws is.
I didn't say we should make more laws. I said it should be illegal.
It is illegal, bro.
Yeah, it should be completely illegal. It should be something that you get prosecuted for and thrown in jail.
What about all of our favorite porn sites at this point? You know,
they should be completely legal. They should be gone.
I think there should be regulation there too. Honestly, I feel like that's a little fucked up.
But Emmett, what we're saying is that if you are a prostitute, you already can get arrested for being a prostitute. That is already against the law.
What I'm saying, I'm not talking about an easy statement. I'm talking about the odd thing to do. The thing to do would be to take them all and put them in jail. I don't care if we have a law right now or we don't have a law right now. The point would be to take them and put them in jail. It's irrelevant. The ease is irrelevant.
You say propaganda, and I get where you're coming from. It's like we should be able to teach these people things early in life in which, like, we don't want to do this. We don't want to live around this. We don't want to be these kinds of people like we do for all the rest of the kinds of crime. You know, and I think a lot of women do feel that, but they still do it. And then at the end of the day, they end up in jail and no one gives a shit about them, right? And then it's even worse than that because the Johns that pursue these women, you know, rarely get caught as well. It's easy to get caught if you're standing out on the corner. It's not so easy if you drive your car around the block and you're gone for the rest of the week.
Well, I would say that the Johns.
So it's a two-sided thing, and like the women are one side.
So let's go at it this way.
I want to bring that aside. Sorry. Let me put it this way. Yeah. Let me put it this way. I would be completely fine on putting everyone that is trafficking to be put in jail too, especially all of the Johns that are doing it.
No,
Yes,
not the pimps. Not the pimps.
Hold on. Let Emmett finish, and then I'm
The
gonna
men-
talk.
the
Emmett's
men
gonna
that use
talk.
the women.
Box.
okay. In
Emmett's gonna
fact,
talk, and then I'm gonna talk.
in fact, I think it would be very nice if we have all of these people, most of them work for the cartel, to be bombed the fuck out of the earth, okay? I don't have a problem with the destruction of the cartels, for example. You listen, I'm gonna tell you something, City, so you understand. When you scream, your microphone gets completely fucked, and we can't hear anything you say.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. So did you want to land the plane, or can we get to the chat?
No, yeah, we can go
Then I
to
want to
chat.
get Madness in. Okay, so we're gonna go to Madness first, just because he is just joining the panel. But Wiz has a great kind of a similar position as I do. Which says, first off, I think it should be societal and community based for going against prostitution rather than strictly banned by the government. I'm not entirely against it being criminalized. However, you need to change the culture before you change the laws. Otherwise, you have prohibition. So I want to go to Madness first. Anything that you want to say in general, I'll keep this up, and then if you want to address the chat.
So I think first and foremost, can you guys hear me?
Good to go.
Outstanding. Great debate. Gonna say, Wiz, that comment, totally agree with that. That is a very interesting perspective. I'm not gonna get into that yet, but I think we should circle back to that. Emmett, great debate, and honestly, I respect your consistency, and I definitely want to say just a quick glaze. Great call out to that donation. Honestly, that was a great way to
Yes,
call
thank
out
you. I
even your
appreciate that.
competitor. Like honestly, I think that was awesome. That was mad respect. Now, I completely understand. It sounds to me like your position is that prostitution, sex work should be illegal, and I just want to make sure I understand that is your view.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay.
When I said should be illegal, it's like a moral statement, which is supposed to be enacted in society. So I know that right now we might have things going on, but it's not being enacted. That's pretty much the point is to be enacted, right?
Okay, that I track. I have an understanding of what your perspective is. I think I would agree with Wiz's perspective because I think of it from a constitutional perspective. When it's something that's not enumerated in the Constitution, the right goes to the individual state.
Mhm.
And I believe that the reason that that was initially created was because we recognized the differences in the cultures between those states and wanted to give them the freedom to be able to make the decisions that best suited their cultures and their needs.
Yeah.
I do believe that an underlying laws of America are essentially derivative of Judeo-Christian values. And I do agree with you in the immorality of prostitution and sex work. But as a fundamental situation, I agree with freedom, and I'm willing to put aside even my religious values and my ability to say, I don't agree with that. I'm going to raise my kids to not try to do those things. Would you be willing to accept that as an acceptable culture in America, to acknowledge that maybe it's not for everybody, but we allow people to do it?
I would. Okay, I can accept that as a part of your as a part of the belief system that you're having, right? I'm not gonna go ahead and post it up to you what is the correct belief system that you're gonna be holding upon. I would recommend you to see Christianity as more than just a framework of reference. We've been in power and we've enacted laws and we've done things like this in the past. When it comes to America, I agree with you. The whole point of it is to have there's a bunch of liberty and especially liberty ideas and ideals that are trying to be that we're trying to be a part of, right? And that makes total sense to me. The only proposition I would say, or the only change I would say, when it comes to my point of view, is that liberty can only be possible with Jesus Christ anyway. So it's impossible for me to see liberty as a pure value, and I will not be able to put liberty above Christianity. So I think in Christian nationalism, it would be Christian first, and then I will put the national identity.
Can I just ask
Okay.
a probing question really quick here?
Well, if I could, yeah, and I'd like an opportunity to have a little back and forth if I could.
Have
All right, so we're gonna go
Yeah.
Madness, and then Box, and then CT, and then we're gonna bring Adam in.
Okay, that is, so basically Christianity, Christian values should supersede individual liberty. Just making sure I understand that is your position.
Yes, that would be my position.
Okay, no, and I respect that. Like that is where you're coming from. I totally actually understand where that is coming from. Does that apply to all belief systems, or do we just pick and choose the ones that are in the Bible? What do we do with new belief systems or new inventions, new technologies? I guess the ultimate. Actually, no. Let me cancel that question. I have a more important one to follow up on. Okay, no, seriously,
Okay.
this is a better one. Let me cancel that question. I'm going to steer us in this direction. Frederick Douglass, okay, one of the great Americans of this country, had a theory called the 4 boxes of liberty, where you are supposed to stand on the soapbox, move to the ballot box, go to the jury box, and then to the ammo box when necessary. If you had to check boxes on which one of those boxes you would fall in on this belief, and I think this is an important question, and it's
Could
it's a
you,
very challenging question to answer. Which
Magnus, real
boxes
quick,
would you be willing to check?
could you repeat the boxes real quick, please?
Yeah, sorry. So and they're to be used in order. The idea is you go to the soapbox, and my interpretation of that is you stand on the soapbox, you give your message, you speak your message to the public. Then you move to the ballot box, which is where you vote on the issues. If you feel your plight is underrepresented or improperly ruled upon or voted upon, you go to the jury box to make decisions. And then if that plight is so egregious, you move to the ammo box. And that is a metaphor for literal violence, okay?
Yeah, I know.
The question ultimately is, which of those boxes do you check for these issues? And is there an example where you would check the ammo box? Is this an ammo box check? Or is this a, hey, we go to the jury box, we fought hard, and if the country says we don't agree with that and we're going to allow it, do we allow ourselves to stay at the jury box?
Okay, so I understand your question. So it's actually very topical. I've been thinking about it, especially lately, because of how I see the political violence that's going on. I would say that I don't think it's necessary to go to the ammo box. I think we can go ahead and do all of these through the ballot and through actually getting ideas. There is also in Christianity the idea that we have to submit to the proper authorities. So we can change the world without the necessity of violence because we understand the future and we are looking towards the future so that we can change the hearts and minds of people and actually move towards what we consider to be a better tomorrow.
I will say I just love the response to that message. I think that was a great response, and I really appreciate that, to be honest. And I'm ready for you guys to move on. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
If I can, real quick, I did like your other question. It's just a very quick snippet. Could you give me real quick the question one more time? The one that you
know,
canceled?
you'll have to forgive me. I am not an Eric Cartman master debater. Thanks for laughing. I appreciate it. I do not recall my exact first question. I do recall that the question I originally wanted to ask was essentially about the pros and cons of regulations in sex work.
All right, so why don't you think about that? Let's go to CT.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
CT's been waiting, and then we'll head to box, and we'll bring Adam in.
Okay.
So the first thing Emmett you made was a religious debate. You judge sex workers because it is against Christ and it is against faith. I am a Christian, and what I challenge you with is saying that Mary Magdalene was a prostitute within the Bible, where Jesus said directly, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone," because they wanted to stone the prostitute, and Jesus stepped in and said, "Are you without sin? Are you without sin? And let he who is without sin cast the first stone." So if you want to make a religious debate and you're trying to say like prostitution is of it is, don't get me wrong, it is sin worthy, but judge on your own merit, that is not fair, because you yourself are with sin and you yourself are not worthy of judging anyone. So for you to sit in your chair on a camera on YouTube and say that you judge these people for prostitute is not faithful. Don't that's antichrist. That's anti.
Okay,
gospel.
first of all, you don't remember that specific part of the gospel. No, I'm gonna answer.
Wait,
wanna
Emmett, just let him
ask
finish.
you.
Emmett, just let him finish. Just let him finish.
And then the second part of that is you go on a moral standpoint. You say that it is against the moral standpoint to make this actions illegal, and those are two different arguments. A, to make a moral and a religious argument, but to make a moral argument, I would say morally, it's free will, it's freedom of choice, and to reference the Bible, God gave us free will, so it's their right to sin. It's someone else's right to sin. It's not your ability to say they have the ability to sin or not. It's their right to sin, and if they want to sin, there's no government in the place to say they're able to sin or not. That is the definition of free will. And we can make an economic argument of saying it is economically beneficial for these people to make these sins. Is it right? No, probably not. It's not my place to say. But you've stood here and made multiple arguments that are anti-faith, anti-government, and anti-economics. Go ahead. Say what the fuck you want to say.
You don't know.
Guys, we're all fucking friends here. Chill the fuck out.
Yeah.
We're all friends here. Chill the fuck out.
He's on one tonight.
It's done nothing to make me.
All right.
Yeah, I done nothing to make you my friend. Thank God, because I'm not a fucking weirdo. Okay, so you don't know the passage. You don't know the passage from the Bible. You don't understand. I was quiet when you asked me this retarded question. Okay.
By the way, I said I wanted to
Fox,
ask. This is a perfect time for this. So I wanted to ask, what part of the Bible actually leads you to believe this? Like, I don't understand it myself, so I'm just asking for honest clarity. Like, how did you arrive at this from the Bible? I don't understand that fully, and I think that's a relevant question.
Are you saying
like no, not you, Emmett. I don't understand how you get to like we should like deal with prostitutes in any.
Okay. You're asking me.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Okay. There are different parts of the Bible. I don't see the theoladen as a right laden, specifically when it comes to the Bible. We are in fact imbued with duties of how we should be acting inside of the world. The proper authorities, when it talks about it, doesn't say anything about Christians not being able to enact a worldview where the proper authority is based on Christianity. In fact, most of what I would say
Oh, Bob, hold on, brother.
Most of what I would say when it comes to historically to Christianity historically is that they built the church, and the church ended up pretty much being part and being in the state and creating all of the moral axioms and enacting upon them within the state. That's why I'm monarchist. So when you're asking me like where exactly does it say that in the moral ethos in Christianity, the Bible, well, I'm not only I don't behold myself purely to a scripture because I'm not a sola scriptura. I also believe in the church, and I believe that the church has the keys and the authority to make.
I think he's asking what specifically is.
Yeah, but he said about sola scriptura. He said what is scripture, right? So that would be sola scriptura.
Yeah, so what in scripture is the question?
Yeah, how do you arrive at that? Basically, I don't understand that gap. There's like a gap there for me.
No, there's no gap with us because the church was part of the state, specifically when it comes to Byzantium, for example. So there's no problem when it comes to the idea of having the church being part of the state.
Emmett, you have two atheists and one Christian arguing with you right now.
So what? I don't think. Are you a Christian?
Two different groups you're arguing with.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me the Nicene Creed?
I don't have to. Can you tell me what?
The Nicene Creed.
Nicene Creed.
The Nicene Creed.
Yes.
Not by word, no.
Can you tell me what it is?
No.
Okay.
I'll be honest. But hold on, Emmett. Because if you think you questioning me about the Nicene Creed questions my Christian faith, that is absolutely.
But what is that? What is the fact that there's the Christians and atheists? What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Just remember, attack ideas, not people. Attack ideas. He gave you ideas. Attack the ideas.
No, because he said he's arguing all of us as one.
I would like to point out where he actually did argue something that I thought was kind of fucking mildly intriguing, and that was basically when he said we'll do it through an amendment. And that's to Madness's point, because he was asking, like, should we do it the ballot box or the jury box or the ammo box, basically, right? And I think he basically said, you know, the ballot box or the jury box, I think somewhere in there, essentially. And that basically just, you know, it
let's
it boils down to like there's some type of
fair.
legislation
All right,
that
everybody
can
stop.
fix
So
this.
CT, do you have a specific direct question, or can we bring Adam into the conversation?
We can bring Adam in. I was just
All right, Adam Cadman, welcome to the party, sir. What do you got for us?
What's up, Lutch? Gentlemen, how you doing?
Not too bad.
Not too bad.
So, Emmett, you obviously identify as a Christian.
Mhm.
I assume you're fairly learned in your faith, correct? That would be.
I'm
you
not
just
an
a practicing Christian.
just to be sure, I'm not an authority. I will not claim to be one. If you have theological questions, there are people that are way better than me. I would recommend you to go to an Orthodox church and ask a priest. But you can ask me any question, and I'll try to answer you.
So why did you ask me what the Nicene Creed was? Try to get gotcha question.
Because it was a gotcha question.
It's not a gotcha question. It's
Yeah.
like if you're gonna say I'm Christian and you don't even know what the Nicene Creed is, it's like
airtime on. I do not care about that.
know.
Adam, go ahead and ask what you.
I don't know
Yeah,
what to tell
If
you.
you want to come to the after party and we can get into that stuff there, I'm totally fine. But let's keep the show on the show. So Adam, go ahead.
Yeah. So, all right. So, yeah. Okay. So, you know, you're not an authoritarian. I get that and stuff, but you're relying heavily on a Christian doctrine that you hold in some way. And I was just curious in regards to, were you aware that early Christians had sex outside of marriage, and they were that was a thing? Were you even aware of that?
Do you have a citation? Do you have anything to back it up?
Yeah, the Carpatians. Carpatians were, and if you look at the letters of the church or early church fathers, I guess you'd call them, they spoke about these people, and the main reason was because they thought they were in the end times, and they felt that, hey, this was the last of it, and did not have a problem with it. And I guess my only reason for bringing this up is because, Carpathian. Yeah,
So Gnostics?
Well, they're Christians. They're Gnostics, but either way.
What is a Gnostic? What is Gnosticism?
All right, so let's read this out. The phrase Carpatians Christian is like a confusion of two distinct terms. The Gnostic sect called Carpocratians and the Christian traditions and the Carpo-Ruthan people, Rusin people who live in that mountains. So scrolling on the wrong thing. So how do you say Carpocratians were a Gnostic sect active from 2nd to 3rd, 6th centuries AD. So there's a bunch here. So Adam, what is the specific relevance of these people in what we're talking about?
Well, yeah, my point I was bringing up, and I stated, but I'll restate it, is that, you know, Christian morality has changed over the centuries. And so at one point, the idea of sex outside of monogamy was a Christian part of Christianity. It's only been in modern times that's changed. And I'm just curious how I was trying to feel what your depth of knowledge of your faith was, or of your religion. And you've already answered that, saying that you were not a.
So were you asking in relation to the prostitution question?
Yeah, because it gets down to the morality part of it. Because if you're coming down on morality, morality is,
I cannot have this kind of discussion with you if you're gonna presuppose a bunch of stuff to my position that you don't understand. So when you say Gnostic and the Gnostics are supposed to be Christians, and Gnostics, wait, I'm trying to explain to you something real quick. If you say Gnostics are Christians and you don't understand that Gnosticism has been a heresy for about 1700 years, I cannot I cannot even begin to explain you why is that a problem in your position.
You're
Okay.
a witch.
Yeah, but this is not about Gnosticism and stuff. That's the way in which we describe them today.
Well,
It's-
the
it's-
basis of your argument was it has changed because there was a sect of
You're
Gnostics
getting
that
hung
called
up on
themselves
that, my friend.
Christians
I'm
that were
getting too-
doing
All right,
next
Emmett,
thing that's bad.
and hold on. Hold
It's
on.
like,
We got to go one at a time. We got to go one at a time.
Yeah, you're getting hung up on that. Don't worry about that. I was trying to gauge your depth of knowledge. That's all. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to understand the question of morality here and stuff in regards to it. Because morality is just the concept of right and wrong, right? And then from that flows your ethics, right? Which is your behaviors, right? So if the behavior of our country, in particular in America, is that we are allowed to engage in our pursuits of happiness into individual consensual acts and stuff, then in general, and just for the record, the U.S. government,
Mhm.
Prostitution is not illegal. It's illegal in all 50 states except for Nevada. But other than that, it's not illegal. But I just trying to understand, like, if this is a thing that's an individual act, no more than if you go out to the bar or if you go out on a date or you engage in these things, would you also say, I don't like sex outside of marriage because that's my faith, and so we should make that illegal too, and we should start arresting people? How far would you take that morality?
I don't know. Let's start with you. Let's say that I decide on all of my own free will and volition to just kill somebody. Why would I be wrong? It's my free will, and I will just do it in according to my
Because you're infringing on
preferences.
the rights of somebody else's right to live.
Yeah, and who made that right? According to
I
which
see where he's going.
precepts?
Yeah, but you're not answering the question. I'm asking, how far would you take that?
Again, it depends on it will depend specifically and directly on where we're taking the framework, right?
Yeah, so sex outside of marriage, would you say that's immoral?
Yeah, I would say that's immoral.
Okay, so would you arrest them like you would the prostitutes?
Depends. Maybe it's possible that I would. Yeah.
So maybe.
Hold on.
Give us an example of where, please.
Of where what?
An example of someone where you would arrest them under those circumstances.
If a
Premarital sex equals jail. Play that
okay,
situation out. We'll go to
there's this
CT.
guy that is abusing of a kid. They're not married. I would absolutely go ahead and arrest him.
Yeah, okay. For the abuse
What about
of the kid.
two consenting adults?
I don't care. They're not married. That was the question, right?
No, but you just
no. It wouldn't be. They would be married. What are you talking about?
He's right. Everybody stop. He's right. We never specified. So let's specify. Can you give any situation where two consenting adults engage in premarital sex? Is there any situation where just by that metric you would be willing to throw that person in jail?
It would be very hard to get to the point in which we can say that there's been a crime committed. That would be the problem.
I got Alan backstage. I don't know you, so if you're gonna come up, you're definitely gonna have to cam up. Unfortunately, too many trolls out there. But yeah,
I can give these as a concession. I don't have a problem with it because I don't think there's much problem with it anyway. But yeah, I would come to the point in which I said there will be very hard to find to show that there has been a crime committed, so it would be very hard to prosecute it if the two persons are doing it in
But
private.
if you could.
If they're doing it in the middle of the street, I would absolutely put them in jail too, right?
But you keep adding these caveats.
Right? No. Yeah.
Fine. So fine. I'll give you the perfect example. Shout out to Alan.
I gave I conceded that it will be very, very hard to prosecute them.
So I'm gonna give you.
So it's a concession, right? But if they're in the middle of the street, I would do it.
Sure. So I'm gonna give you a specific example. And is there any case without adding any other crimes that we have two consenting adults who are in their bedroom who both want to have sex, but they are not married?
I would think that it would be a crime.
Without any other legal faux pas, let's say.
Yeah.
Is there
I would,
ever a situation where just because they're having premarital sex that you would throw them in jail?
I would think it would. I would listen. It would be. I would do it. I think it's impossible. I think it would be an immoral act and would be something that should be in jail because it should be reserved to marriage. But I think it would be impossible to prosecute. So I cannot say that it would be a way forward.
So you would make an arbitrary law, essentially, that could never be enforced, similar to your murder argument. Why should the law exist? So I understand your point, and I think it's a fair argument, but that's the same metric that you're giving.
I didn't say that I would make a law.
Because you're doing the same thing in.
Well, hold on.
I didn't say I would make a law. I said that it would be impossible to prosecute. Why would I make a law about something that's impossible to prosecute? They asked me, would you put them in jail? Yes, I would put them in jail. I would. Would you make a law
you would
putting them in jail?
It's
like, no.
What's up, boys? I don't mean to interrupt. Can I ask Emmett a question? I just joined anyway. Hi, how you boys doing?
Welcome. What do you got for us? And then we're gonna go to CT next.
No, you're good. Emmett, I've been listening to your stream for a second. I've been listening to the points you've been making. You would say that you're a Christian man yourself. Are you like a very practicing Christian man?
I'm the worst of the Christians. Okay.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
You're not.
It
bad.
means what
you're
it means. Like I'm a bad
evil.
Christian. That's what I am.
All right, fair enough. Do you base a lot of your like personal morals and like likes and dislikes based on the Christian faith? I guess is my question.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And you, I guess my point is, do you think that there's a genuine reason for Christian morality to be the utmost morality, especially in a country such as the United States?
Yes, I would go to the transcendental argument.
Do you think that and this is a serious question, I'm not trying to put you in a trap.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that other countries that do not follow the Christian morality are inherently less moral than countries that do?
Yes.
Why?
Why
Just
are you?
Because you like Christian morality more, or do you think that they fail?
It's because I don't think there's morality without Christ.
Emmett, but why do you think you're the judge of that?
Yeah, I guess my
I
next
never
question
said
is
that I'm the judge of that.
No, but if you're not, you're not the judge of
you
that.
You guys are the judge. Yeah, look at me. I'm having the hammer right now. It's been decreed. Right? That's what I'm doing. Right. Jesus Christ.
So I think the issue is that you're trying to say, well, I don't have the authority with any of this stuff, but I'm justified in saying these things even though I don't know. I think that's where a lot of people are kind of confused. But let's go to CT. He's been waiting to try to get back in. What do you got, CT?
Thank you. Yes. So after everything we've been talking about, we keep going in circles and points saying that, and people keep asking him. So it's not quite his fault. People keep asking, what would you do on this? And he keeps applying adverse judgments against them. And then I started my last question asking about Mary Magdalene, the prostitute that Jesus saved. And then you brought up the Nicene Creed of saying, do you know what this is? Do you know what that is? Why does the Nicene Creed justify me of saying I'm less of a Christian? And you bring
So let's just say it doesn't. Just ask the question that you want to ask. It does not matter. I agree with you. That is a non sequitur. So let's just throw all of the Nicene stuff away. What did you want to ask?
So you want to compare your authority and say that you have these statements to make. My question to you as a fellow Christian is, who gives you the authority? And then
who gives you the authority to question my authority in this case?
What makes you think you're better than others?
Who gives you the authority to question my authority?
Come on, yeah, don't answer a question with a question. He asked you where do you get that authority?
I'm not even using authority as a thing. I lay down a claim.
He's not appealing to authority.
I laid down an argument. My argument was coherent. You can go ahead and ask me about my argument. I'm not saying I am the authority. I'm not saying you have to do this because I am the authority. I am giving you an argument, and I'm basing it on the Christian ethos and morals, and that's it. I'm not saying you have to do this because it's me, and I'm the authority.
Okay.
Emmett, ask you this then. What do you think defines Christian faith?
What do I think defines Christian faith? I would say that would be the belief in Jesus Christ, the Nicene Creed, and the Church. That would be pretty much what the definition is.
Not.
Is this going back to prostitution? Because that's
no. He's just mad at me because he believes that I am telling him he's a bad Christian. It's fine if you.
Well, hold on, Emmett. We're talking. Hold on. We're talking about prostitution. When we're in the Discord, we can talk about all these different things. We're here for a specific purpose. So, CT, if you have I know he challenged you on that. I don't think that was fair. I don't think that you need to memorize any this, that, whatever. And there's a lot of people who are higher up in the church that are saying you shouldn't be doing that. That's exactly where you're coming from. But that's a different thing. So if you have something on his argument that prostitution should be illegal, let's hear that. If not, let's go to somebody else who wants to address that.
I'd like to come in.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, CT, do you have a direct question?
Go the fuck ahead.
Go ahead, Menace.
All right. I'll say I understand your thought process, and like I said, it's consistent. I think I completely understand that the value system that we are trying to go under is a moral Christian society, and I can respect that. And I like to consider myself a Christian, but I'd like to also admit, and Jesus has heard me say this before, that I had been trying to repair my relationship with God. And so I'm going to lay this into this prostitution question because I wonder, could the allowance of certain behaviors bring people closer to the faith? It sounds to me like that is your ultimate goal. And that's not a bad thing, but if we allow the prostitution to be legalized and regulated, could that actually cause people to maybe see the error of their ways and make a moral decision in the opposite? And is that a good thing?
Yeah, I would recommend you to read Romans. There's a specific part in Romans that is talking about sin. And what they're saying is sin is for the at the end of the day, sin is for the greater glory of God. That does not mean that we should follow sin so that we can glorify God. So I agree with you in the sense of I'm not. If you want to go and have proper reading of the Bible, I recommend you to go to an Orthodox
we're not
church.
doing a battle on who is the better Christian.
That's not where I'm trying to go with this either.
We're having a conversation on prostitution, and it is relevant because his reasoning is very based in Christianity, but that's not what we're doing here. If you guys want to do that in the Discord, by all means. But this show is about legalizing prostitution.
Yeah. So Madness, I can say this, that part of I understand where you're coming from, and it's a logical idea that makes a lot of sense when you don't have like the fullness of it. It doesn't. The fact that we
can you give us the fullness of it?
Yeah, but the fact that we believe that sin can get you closer to God because at the end is for the greater glory of Him, that does not mean that we should allow and even promote sin for God, but in reality we should promote good and closeness towards God, because that is the best thing for everybody.
Like, I get the challenge here that, like, essentially, why do we make murder illegal? Because it's morally wrong. And that's the same justification that we're essentially using here for prostitution, is that it should be illegal because it is immoral. And that is essentially your argument, correct?
Well, the moral, when I was asking about murder, and I was going to a different set of ideas, was to try to understand Lodge's position with morality, so that I could try to test the logic in his moral axiom. When it comes to me, I would say that it is against I would say that it's a higher evil that should be restricted.
I'm like, I understand wanting to increase people's morals and make them make good decisions. Mm-hmm. I draw the line at making them go to jail for it, though. And that's what to a degree. Murder, yes. Prostitution, probably not. And I'm just being honest here. Mm-hmm. I just wonder, what does society, and is society a better place if we allow more of it? I would actually probably agree with Emmett. It's probably not a better place. But I don't think that the individual freedom should be reduced because of a religious or moral value, and that's like
Bingo.
I'm literally arguing
Bingo.
against my own like value system. Like I understand the hypocrisy that I'm even getting into myself. Like
Well, I don't
on
think
one
it's
end of the spectrum,
hypocritical. I think your value
Yeah.
system is you're having a higher value on the idea of freedom, which is your free will, than on the humility of setting yourself down to the morality of God and what we should do when it comes to that. I'm not calling
Right.
you. Wait. I'm not calling you bad or evil when I say this. I'm just trying to lay down that I don't think you're hypocritical. I think you have a higher value on freedom.
Right. So
that's fair.
all of that comes down to the difference between, again, as I was trying to argue, other things that fit that category that you are not arguing should be illegal, unless, like I
don't
said
agree
in the
they
debate,
fit,
if
but
you
fine.
were.
Especially
You
alcohol,
gave the criteria.
they don't
You
agree.
gave the 3 criteria.
Yeah,
I
and
asked
at
if you
the
wanted
end,
to add
we
any more
agree that
criteria.
if you're not drunk driving is the same as prostitution, right? So those two things would be completely banned, but having sex with your husband and drinking a beer would be completely allowed.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you lost me.
Yeah. So the action is drinking. Drinking a beer is fine. The action is having sex. Having sex with your husband will be completely fine. Okay. Selling yourself as a harlot will be completely banned. Drinking while drunk, driving while drunk would be completely banned. Those are those would be like the
combination
equalizers.
of the action.
Mm-hmm.
The combination of the actions is what makes it more immoral.
That would be the way that I would put it. Yeah.
Oh,
Fair enough. All right, CT, go ahead.
So you just said a key phrase. You said yourself as a harlot would be wrong, which I
telling yourself as a harlot.
I think we all agree. I mean, does anybody think that you're not a whore if you're a fucking prostitute?
Using yourself as a murderer will be wrong.
Emmett, you also said that your argument against prostitution is that you are indulging in the act of human trafficking. Those are two different things.
That's not the argument. The argument was that
I would
that was not the argument. The argument is that the market created in these kind of environments tend towards that and are usually very moral.
But I would argue that's the illegal market, and specifically legalizing it would, in the same way that we talk about drugs, that cuts the cartel's ability to benefit from that, and so that cuts the pimps and all that.
You can look for it, but I believe that there's been a great market when it comes to these kind of problems in places like Amsterdam, where it's legal. So it's not only.
So yeah, that goes back to the farmer question, right? Because when he was asking you during the debate about like, are farmers right? And I think I put in the chat at that time, I was like, well, what about cartels? I mean, cartels are just farmers, and so yeah,
some of them are absolutely.
They're illegal farmers.
I know what cartels are, and cartels are not farmers.
Cash crop to the market. In that regard, but I'm stuck more on the moral bedrock, because at the end of the day, if we're debating something and you're trying to go back to this moral argument and stuff, when it comes to, and you're basing it off of quote unquote Christianity being the bedrock here of it, I'm still trying to question it, because like, as an example, in the Bible, right? Moses is given the 10 Commandments. I think it's the second one where he says, "Thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill, but thou shalt not murder." But then he commands the Israelites to go into Canaanite territory and slaughter not only the men, but the women, the children, and the livestock. That's an ironic moral God there, and I don't mean to be a contrarian in regards to your belief. I respect people who have that a belief in faith of Christianity in general and stuff. But don't you see that there's a slippery slope of morality there that you're trying to base your?
So we're gonna take a real quick. We're gonna take a little pause. There is a slippery slope, guys. We just passed the 2-hour mark. I think Emmett has a decent amount of time, so we can keep it moving as long as you guys keep the party raging. Guys, where is it? Exactly how to do it. So, Emmett, the slippery slope.
The slippery slope. No, I don't think it is a slippery slope. This is it would be first of all, it would be a fallacy. because the slippery slope fallacy is a fallacy. But
Well,
the whole
only if it doesn't apply.
I don't think it
Slippery
applies
slopes do
because
exist. The fallacy is when you apply the slippery slope where there is no slope. That doesn't mean that no slippery slope exists.
well, the point here is he's saying if we use the moral axioms of Christianity, there's a slippery slope that they will become.
Absolutely, there's a slippery slope, and I just gave you a great example of it.
Okay. The problem that I see with this idea of the slippery slope is that the whole premise of what you're basing all of your argumentation from comes from.
Just made one argument.
It's a simple argument. It doesn't have to be overcomplicated.
It is complicated because you're talking about morality, and we're talking about a specific. We're talking about frameworks of morality, and he's saying, well, I think that if we use the framework of Christianity, we're gonna be in a slippery slope. And the problem is that if you use any framework, we can apply specifically that argument, and there's not gonna be a way in which you can get away from it.
That's where you get into the fallacy. So saying that there is, I got you next, CT. So saying that this is a slippery slope isn't inherently a fallacy. It's only a fallacy when you're saying it's a slippery slope, when it's not actually a slippery slope. And, like, for example, people want to argue that the acceptance of gay marriage was the slippery slope to all this trans stuff.
Well, it is. It was.
So then you can't. So now you agree that there is such a thing as a real slippery slope. Just making the argument that this is a slippery slope.
Not.
Hold on.
The argument they were making at the time was not an actual argument.
Hold on. Right. So all I am saying is that just because somebody invokes a slippery slope isn't the fallacy. The fallacy is invoking a slippery slope where there is no slippery slope. So if you agree that such a thing as a slippery slope can exist, then you can't just say, oh, you said slippery slope, so that's not an argument. That's a non sequitur.
Okay. What I'm saying is that I'm rejecting the idea that this is a slippery slope.
Okay, but then you have to make that argument. You can't just say, well, that's a fallacy. You have to make that argument.
I will reject it because we have the only way we get to the point in which you're actually enjoying the freedoms you're having is based on the Christian ethos. And every other system that you can come up with, you're not going to be able to get to the point in which you have this kind of liberties.
Well, I would disagree.
Well, hold on, Adam. Hold on. Let's go to CT, and then you'll go ahead.
Well, hold on. He still has not addressed my question. That's the.
I know. CT's been waiting though. We're doing our best. Just take a note on your phone or something. CT, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Adam. I know there's like 5 people trying to talk. So first off,
all friends.
Your argument based off a religious constitution that you have built off the Bible that I think you're misreferencing personally. But what I will say is to pull it back to the actual constitution of the question, you're saying legalize prostitution. And if you're saying because of the Bible, we should make prostitution illegal.
That's not what I'm saying.
Hold on, Emmett.
he's strawmanning me. Like,
okay,
the question
so then
is
when he's done
with
the straw man, then you can be like, no, that's a straw man because of this, especially because of his mic. Let him finish.
Okay, I'll talk slower because of my.
Please don't. Keep it moving, brother.
I'm trying to keep.
So that's why I stopped him and gave it back to you. Just go.
What other things based off the Bible would you think we should make illegal only off Scripture?
This is simply a straw man because I am not a sola scriptura guy, so I don't base all of my theology nor my prescriptions purely on Scripture.
But
my argument was not based. And I didn't cite any Scripture. I cited ideas when it comes from, and I said the specific criteria in my argumentation of why I think this should be illegal, and then I based it as in part of it is that, as we know, in Christian theology, this would be an immoral act as well. So it's not only on.
Yeah,
Morality.
but CT, that's also a non sequitur because you can have. I mean, you know how I feel about making laws about from Scripture, but it is not illogical or it's not a fallacy to say I want this law because of the Bible, but I don't want. I want this law for other reasons.
It's
So I
not.
get where you're coming from, and I agree with the notion that the Bible should not be used for a sole justification, but that is not inherently illogical.
It's not. That's why I asked what he would say.
That's not what I
So
said.
yeah, I agree that it does seem a little lopsided that I mean, I'm not going to use the phrase special pleading, but it feels like we're trying to put prostitution in a different box than other harmful behaviors that hurt society that are.
But that would be a tu
and
quoque
harm.
at this point, right? It's like, well, but what about this? We're not actually talking about prostitution.
Well, right,
It
but
would be a
because
tu
we're trying to
quoque.
get to the principle behind if
Yeah.
I'm to say,
And I gave you
X-
the principle, and I gave you the ideas
Right.
behind the principle. So I don't see
Right.
I don't see at what
Yeah.
point CT is just asking me about the Bible when I didn't even mention it as part of the
Oh.
thing. It's like I didn't cite anything when it came to the Bible, right?
Listen,
You did cite Christianity though.
I did
But-
say Christianity. I didn't say in
Yeah.
Bible
Well,
chapter
in
5
Romans, but
X verses
So then-
24 and
so then-
25 it says this.
So then CT, would it be a fair question?
if it might sound like that question came out of left field, because I wanted to ask that question 3 questions ago, but I kept getting cut off. So that's the root of my question. Is if you keep saying that your argument to prostitution being legal is based off biblical reasons,
I got you, Emmett.
then why should other things not be based off biblical reasons?
So, CT, I think what you're misunderstanding is that Emmett is invoking Christianity, not the Bible. Is that correct, Emmett?
Yeah, I'm saying Christian ethics, and I'm saying that there's a specific criteria, and I'm talking specifically about prostitution. Okay, I don't see any problem, for example, with alcohol. One of the first miracles of Jesus Christ was to convert the water to wine. So there's a big difference between one thing and the other. Wait,
That didn't happen. Come on.
Jesus fucking Christ! You know what?
Though, what do you say about Mary Magdalene?
She was not a prostitute. You don't know the passage.
All right, let's look it up then. What?
Tell me if you want to go ahead and read it all. Just tell me where exactly did it say that?
where does Jesus say what again?
How the fuck do you expect Magdalene a prostitute?
That Mary Magdalene was a
wasn't.
prostitute.
That's a fallacy of the church.
Okay, that's one of the most common misconceptions in Christian history. But no, the Bible never actually says that Mary Magdalene was a prostitute. Here's what happened. In the Gospels, she's described as a woman whom Jesus freed from 7 demons. She later became one of the most devoted followers, and she's the first witness to the resurrection. Nowhere in the scripture is she called a prostitute, adulteress, or sinful woman, in quotes. The confusion started centuries later, 591 AD, when Pope Gregory I gave a sermon where he merged 3 different women in the Gospels. So there's Mary Magdalene, some whore, and Mary of
Bethlehem.
So not a prostitute, falsely conflated with another unnamed woman, and actually one of Jesus' most important and loyal followers. I did not know that.
Yeah.
You don't
the
know
church
that.
did it themselves.
Can you
Again.
look?
City, you just didn't know that. It's fine, okay?
No, listen.
So Emmett, check the private chat if you haven't.
Oh, okay.
Can you look up where the line "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone" come from?
Well, that goes back to the prostitute at the well where they were about ready to stone her, but that's where that comes from.
Sin should cast the first stone, and its relevance to prostitution or Mary Magdalene?
Well, it's going to be relevant to the prostitution because Mary Magdalene is not the woman.
Yeah.
Say again?
I guess that
So
It's
what verse is
relevant-
he who's without sin should cast the first stone, and its relevance to what about what we're talking about? Mary Magdalene specifically, or prostitution?
Prostitution.
To prostitution. And the GPT says, John 8:7, he who is without sin among you, let him be the first to cast a stone at her. Full context, John chapter 8, 1 through 11, the religious leaders bring to Jesus a woman caught in adultery, not explicitly a prostitute, but accused of sexual sin. They remind him that according to the law of Moses, such a woman should be stoned to death. Their goal is to trap Jesus. If he says stone her, he loses his image of mercy. If he says let her go, they can accuse him of breaking the law. Instead, Jesus stoops down, writes something in the dirt. The text doesn't say what, and then says, let him the stone. One by one, the accusers leave. Neither do I condemn you. Go and sin no more. So relevance to prostitution. While the woman in this story is caught in adultery, not prostitution, the passage has long been associated with sexual sin and the way society judges women. Historically, both adultery and prostitution were condemned harshly, often with more social shame directed at the woman than the man. So over time, the story became a symbol of mercy over judgment, hypocrisy, and redemption.
Yeah, and Lutch, I just want to call you out, man. That for you shouldn't be disrespecting the prostitutes, because the prostitute puts value on what she's doing. A whore does not. And I just felt that you were, shaming prostitutes by equating those
How
two.
dare you, Lutch? How dare you?
How dare you, man.
You know what? How dare you?
I just call them whores because I don't know the names individually.
Because I can call them Violet and.
All right, so I wanna start winding this down, and
just a second,
everybody...
I just want to say something about that. Again, you don't know the story, and it's very simple. It was not about prostitution; it was adultery, and we can see it because in the text it says that. So, there's your answer to that.
Yep, that is what we read live on stream in front of everybody.
All right, pick up your stones, boys.
One
in.
All right, so we'll go. Let's go to CT first. We're gonna let you. If there's a little bit of back and forth, we got about 15 minutes. Get your best question for Emmett or for me. Get it, go it, and we're gonna move on. So let's go to CT first.
Okay, I'll keep it short. I guess what I want to say to Emmett is that multiple times throughout this debate, I know I've made a lot of claims, and we've gone back and forth on some, but you keep questioning that means like I'm not a true Christian that questions my faith. That's not the point of the arguments I'm making. That's not and it kind of falls back to what you're saying of like you keep making assumptions based off of certain things. I don't have to be right about specific stories or verses in the Bible to say I'm a Christian. And then, but at the same time, it doesn't make you a wrong Christian. I'm just saying you're passing assumptions and you're passing judgments on things that I don't think you have the Constitution to pass judgments on. I don't think that's your place.
Prove
Not
it.
my place.
Fair enough, Emmett.
Prove that I make any judgments on you. Prove that I said that you are not a Christian. Prove it.
I will definitely give credence to the fact that when you were giving the litmus test of, do you know the Nicene Creed? I mean, I was full bore Christian for the first 25 years of my life, and
yeah, but did I say?
Maybe you can hold on. Maybe
Lodge,
hold on.
Did I say he's not a Christian?
Hold on.
Did I say it?
You could. Well, what was the implication then? Why were you asking that?
Did I say it?
I didn't ask you that. Why did you ask him about?
I wanted to know if he knew anything about Christianity, and I asked that question.
So you have to know about the Nicene Creed in order to know anything about Christianity.
I would say that
it's not enough to know about the Trinity and that Jesus came down, and there was the Old Testament, and Jesus came down.
How do you know about the
bring
Trinity?
Up the New Testament, and then was killed and resurrected, and you have a relationship, and that's not a Christian unless you know the Nicene Creed. Exactly.
How do you know? Wait. I'm not.
You were trying.
You asked me a question. Are you gonna let me answer the question?
It was kind of rhetorical.
Are you gonna ask me? Are you gonna let me? Okay, no, you're not gonna let me answer the question. You're just gonna go ahead and pretend that you're right in that aspect, right? It's like, it would be this way. It would be this way, okay? Yeah, it would be this way. If I go ahead and say that, I mean, I'm an atheist, but I have faith in Jesus Christ. I'm an atheist.
Jesus Christ is not a god. But what do you mean, faith that he was a real person?
Well,
Yeah.
oh God. Well, we cannot
Hold
agree
on,
on
no,
anything.
yeah.
If you think he's not a God, we cannot agree on anything, okay? Because
That
Jesus
is the
Christ is
Christian
God.
ethos.
That is
So,
inherently what
Jesus Christ is
atheists do.
God. It is God.
I-
So
I
if a person
understand that you
says
believe
Jesus
that.
Christ is not God, is he a Christian?
You can answer.
If a person says Jesus Christ
No.
is not God, okay, then we can have ideas of who is what, depending on what
so-
they say.
so you can only have
I never said,
with
I
someone who
never,
understands your specific
no,
brand of Christianity.
I never said you are not a Christian. I never give him any kind of judgment. I never said any of that. I ask
then
him
I will go back to
questions,
the original
and people can go on and make their own assumptions about what kind of person is asking me about my supposed own faith, okay?
Nobody's asking you anything.
Yeah,
about
he
your
did.
faith.
He was
You
like,
asked him.
how can you tell me?
You asked him.
CT asked me,
Don't
and
make me
CT's been
mute you.
asking
Don't
me
make
what
me
kind
mute
of
you. Don't make me stop.
CT's
Please
been
stop.
asking
Please,
me.
I'm asking
No,
nicely.
wait.
Please stop.
Oh, okay.
So thank you. So I'm specifically talking about when we were having the discussion, and CT said he was a Christian, and then you stopped him in his tracks when he was asking a question about being a Christian, and to test him to see if, what seemed like, and I will allow you to correct me if I'm wrong. It seemed like you were trying to say, oh, if you don't know X, Y, and Z, then you're not as good of a Christian, or you don't have the justification to come from a Christian perspective to say anything. If I'm wrong about that, then that's the way it seemed. Please correct me.
Yeah, if I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna be asking you questions about a specific criteria, let's say physics, and you come, let's say I tell you I'm a master in physics, and you ask me, well, you're a master in physics. What is a force? And I'm like, oh, I don't know.
But
It's
he didn't
something.
say he was a master Christian.
Okay.
He said he was a Christian. Do you need? And so
if you're gonna be,
so you got mad at me that I wasn't letting you answer the question, and now you're not answering the question.
Well, you're not letting me
because
answer.
You don't know the Nicene
That's
Creed.
fine. We can move on because you're not letting me answer.
I asked
I'm giving
and then
you.
went on a rant.
I'm trying
okay, fine.
to
I'll ask you the
give
question
you.
again. I'll ask you the question
Sure,
again.
ask it again.
Is somebody not a Christian if they believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, and that he's part of the Trinity, and he was killed and he was resurrected after 3 days, and all of that stuff? If they don't know about the Nicene Creed, does that mean that that person is not a Christian? Yes or no?
I never said that. You're making the claim.
I know you didn't say that. That's why I'm asking you right now.
But you're making the claim. I don't know.
Yes or no? You got mad at me that I wasn't letting you answer. Now you're fucking answer the question. Yes or no? Yes
I cannot tell you if they are Christian or not.
Okay, so then my follow-up is then why were you asking CT about the Nicene Creed?
Because I wanted to know if he knew anything about Christianity. We're not in a specific place in time where he cannot know about the Nicene Creed. He cannot know about any of that. And the Nicene Creed is pretty much saying all that you mentioned. Okay, so
we all saw it. Leave it.
We all saw it exactly. We all saw that he was asking me what kind of authority I'm supposed to have, and he knows nothing. That's the whole point.
So fine.
He knows shit about Christianity, and he's coming here trying to pretend that I'm supposed to be the guy that is judging on it.
Okay, so we're gonna let CT get his final words in, any response from Emmett, and then we're gonna move on to Madness. CT, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so you say you weren't trying to challenge what my Christian faith was, but then you brought that up. But then it's in the next breath, you asked me what how do you phrase it? What how that justifies my
Yeah, I'm just asking you to prove it. Just prove that I said that you're not a Christian. Just say that. Just prove that.
What?
Just no. We're done with that. We're done with that. Everybody saw what happened. Everybody has their opinions. Do you have a specific question on the legalization of prostitution for Emmett before we go, or no?
No, go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. And did he? Oh, well, who else just left? Madness left. Okay. Well, Adam, then the floor is yours. Final thoughts for Emmett, and then since Madness fell out, we'll go to Madness. Adam.
Well, I think both of you guys did really well in the opening and the general dialogue. I just want to say I appreciated that. I think it went better than the one I saw on I think it was Saturday. His stuff. I thought this one was much more productive in the sense, and maybe it's because it was very specific. So I just want to commend you guys on that. And Emmett, you know, I felt that you know, you certainly have your morality in regards to how you see things, but I would probably just say that you know, with a question like that and stuff, as it relates to legalizing, we're really talking specifically about in America or whatnot, and maybe those arguments are you know, more concretely held and just sticking to that. Because when we invoke the Christianity piece into it, then as you can see, we can go through some rabbit holes and stuff. But I did think you guys overall did really well and was very respectful to everybody. And I appreciate you, Emmett and Lutch, for letting me speak and answering my questions. Thank you.
Adam,
enough.
if you want, because I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little bit tired at this point. I'm in Lodge's Discord. If you wanna send me once again the slipper slope question, I'll try to answer it in a better way once because I've been here for almost 2 hours. So, but yeah, I'll try to answer that.
Right on. You were good. You were good. I was good. I will do that though. Thank you, Emmett.
All right. Thank you, brother. Have a good one. Madness, what do you got for us? Closing thoughts for Emmett.
Thanks everybody for being here tonight. You guys have been an outstanding audience. We do appreciate. No, I'm just kidding. Outstanding debate, guys. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you, Emmett. I will say, I wish CT was still here at the moment, but at the, you know, I think it was a gotcha moment when you made the thing that, you know, Jesus is coming at you about. But in all honesty, I think your bullshit meter was kind of going off. And I understand why you challenged CT in that. CT, if you're watching, love you. But we gotta have our facts straight if we're gonna challenge things. You know, coming at us with the you know, Mary Magdalene being a prostitute, and we all got schooled there, right? You know, so we got to make sure that if we're having a good argument, I will push back. I'd love to hear more about the consequences. That if this was an illegal act, what kind of consequences we would impose on those, and the debate on the morality of that and what the morals would look like in those consequences. But thank you for having an outstanding and consistent conversation, and I hope you have a great night, and I look forward to chatting with you guys again.
Absolutely. Shout out. Shout out.
I will say real quick just to finish it. I never said that he was not a Christian, and the reason why is because I don't know. I don't fucking know. But I can tell you that there's criteria that we know under which things are supposed to be Christian and which things are not supposed to be Christian. And at the end of the day, it's like we're trying to figure. I was trying to figure out if what exactly was he saying and where he was coming from. If he knows about the basics, that would say that the Nicene Creed is something very basic about Christianity.
Fair enough. And I mean, again, I don't necessarily care. You know, I don't think that is too much of a factor in what we were talking about, which is why I didn't want to spend too much time on it. I do think that, you know, maybe you know, CT came in a little hot, and you threw it back, and you know, it gets that way sometimes. But I'm very glad that you and I were able to have an interesting discussion, and we came to a point pretty, not quickly is the wrong word, but pretty concisely to the point where it's like, oh, okay, we kind of just disagree on this, and nailing down to where that is, and the fact that I, despite being mostly utilitarian, I put individual liberty up there, and I believe that, you know, if you are a man or a woman, and there's no other option, that you have the freedom to do with your body as you choose. And especially as a non-believer, as an agnostic atheist, then, you know, there's nothing there for me to see objectively that is different about that transaction than any other transaction, whether it has to do with safety, whether it has to do with societal harm, all those things. I think there's a lot of things like that that are legal, and I don't want to be in the position where everything that we don't like, we have to revert to the government to say, you can't do that. I want to build our culture such that the things that we don't like, we don't need the government to say that when you go to a whore, we're like, oh, what a fucking loser. Like, what are you doing, bro? Go get married. That is where I'm coming from. So,
and yeah, I can respect that in a sense. It's like I don't have a direct problem with that. My problem is that I think there's no problem in the moral axiom for us to be like, no, we're not gonna allow this to happen. This is absolutely wrong, right? But I can I thank you. But it was a very good, especially within you and me. I think the discussion and the whole conversation was really good. We got to different places that I believe were extremely productive. So yeah, thank you so much for giving me the platform and for having this conversation.
Definitely, man. We got to do this again. So again, I'll give you the floor. If anybody didn't see when we started, where can they find you? What do you do? And anything else you want to tell them?
So I have a channel. My channel is State of Gaming. Usually, what I do is sometimes I have open panel. Most of the time, I'm either working on pixel art, I'm doing games, or I have forced karaoke. So you can pay $5 on Saturdays, and I will sing any song you want me to sing. If you want to come on panel and sing with me, you can do it as well. I do a little bit of, I don't do apologetics, but I do consistency debates and pretty much any kind of debate that you want to have. And yeah, I would recommend you all to go to church. Have a good one.
Nah, don't do that. All right, beautiful.
Well,
brother.
not you. You're Indian anyways. Who cares?
I'll take it. I'll take it, brother. Thank you so very, very much for this conversation. I know people are coming at you, but I really appreciate you coming into, I guess, enemy territory. I thought more people would be on your side than my side, but you never know where it's gonna go.
Well, it's your channel. Like, I think it's your channel. Like,
yeah, but
people like you.
Disagree a lot. But I was surprised. And so the final count post debate poll: should prostitution be legal? 62% of people said yes, it should be illegal, with 38% saying no. Emmett, thank you again, brother. I'm sure we will see each other, if not here, then on Grid's channel or Rage Tomato or somewhere. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. And you have a good night, brother. And don't make yourself a stranger, especially in the Discord.
Yep. Have a good one.
Have a good one. All right, guys.
Oh, that's not it. Oh my god. I'm so fucking tired. Oh my god. I'm just tired at this point. 62% voted wrong. It's his channel. I think it's fine. He did okay. Jesus. What do you guys think? I think the open panel was way harder than the actual discussion with the guy, especially because I was getting tired at the end. When he asked the slippery slope question, I kind of dozed off a little bit, so I didn't get like the meat of the question altogether. I kind of knew what he was trying to get to, because he was pretty much saying that if we use Christianity, that we're gonna get into a slippery slope. But at the end of the day, I think it's completely wrong. Emmet versus 4 heretics. One of them was really good faith, and I think he was actually talking in a really good way. CT was like out, like he was completely out, right? I don't think he was he even understood where he was going for. He just kept attacking me. It's like, well, if you're a Christian, how dare you? That was the argument. I was like, how dare you? You don't even know what Christianity is at this point. I'm playing Little Nightmares tomorrow because I need to finish it so that on the 9th I can play it with Kat. The new Little Nightmares is supposed to be released, so I'm playing Little Nightmares tomorrow. If I finish it, I'll probably jump up to Tactics, so I can keep on. The heretical areas obviously are a little bit complicated, right? The other problem was like he was pretending that, and this is a problem with people that don't understand Christianity, and I have issues with a lot of people. It's like, well, we're gonna pose this heretical position to Christianity, even though it's been heretical for 1700 years. It's like, what? Oh, Christians did this evil thing that was deemed heretical almost 2 millennia ago. Dude, I can't help you. I can't have the conversation with you if your basis of your argument is something that's being called heretical for 1700 years. What do you want me to do at that point? Help me, help you. You know? It's like, oh, well, you don't know anything about Christianity. How dare you? It's like, okay, how do you know anything about Christianity? It's like, no. Oh, okay, fine. Are you a good Christian? It's like, it's such a stupid question too. That's not the way we see Christianity. It's like we try to measure ourselves to Jesus Christ in a sense, but we're not we are flawed individuals. That would be the idea, right? It's like, well, we're flawed individuals, which is flawed. The Nicene Creed was great. Well, it's like, what can I say when it comes to the Nicene Creed? I'm gonna give you my channel on my chat. If anyone wants to come up and just ask me questions about the debate, you can do it. I'm a little tired, but I can still do it, and it will be fine. I don't know. I can't keep on streaming for a little while. If you want to hang, but I will need to take a break in at least in like 5 minutes at least, and just get water, get something, because I've been like screaming. I've been fighting people for 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 40 minutes. So if anyone wants to, okay, yeah, we got big soda.
Wait, what was the O for?
The what?
It sounded like you said, "Oh, we have big soda." It should have been like, "Fuck yeah, it's big soda."
No, I was like, as I said, I'm tired. I was like, oh,
No, you did fantastic.
It was a surprise. Oh, I see that we have big soda. That's my point.
K2.
Hey, K2. Yeah, thank you, big soda. I tried, I really tried to lay down the argument, and I did lay down the full argument, and then I tried to ask him about his moral system, and the moral system, the foundation for their moral system ended up being a big flop. I don't know if you noticed that, but it was a complete big flop. There was nothing there when it comes to the foundation. It's like, okay.
Mm-hmm. The CT guy was fucking terrible.
What's up with the stupid questions they were asking? Like they couldn't get it out. Like they were like duh.
Well, I think when I laid that, like when CT came up and I was like, I have an argument, I laid down my argument. Can you cross-examine? And he just goes on. Did you know what this reminded me? It just reminded me of old Joe, when he's like, I have a question for you, and he goes on to ramble for 2 minutes, and then it's like, do you have a response? And never ask me a question. That's how I felt. It's like, okay, I don't know. I don't have I don't have answers for non-questions. That's kind of what I feel at some points.
Well, see, I thought the Nicene Creed was a very good question because it's kind of a general gauge of your understanding of Christianity. Like, if you don't know about the Nicene Creed, that means you don't really even know why Catholics or Orthodox disagree. You don't really know any of the founding principles or anything like that.
The other thing is, it's the first council, right? So at least the first council. Can we know anything about the Nicene Creed? Anything? It's like, no. Okay, well.
Especially if someone's trying to question you on, like, where are you getting this from in the Bible? Even though you weren't making that position, it's kind of like if you're going to rely on Christianity as the pressure you're going to put on your debater, at least know about it.
Well, that was the point, and it's very interesting that I knew about the Mary Magdalene story for a long time ago, but it's been like very relevant lately because pretty much everybody mentions that story as her being a prostitute, and she never was one.
It's like, yeah, she's a prostitute. You're like, really? Well, let's go look.
I went on like 3 times. I corrected him. She's not. You don't know the story. You don't know it. Stop saying it. She wasn't. And he kept going to it until you just have to bring it up. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. She wasn't. It's like, yeah, no. Odd, right?
He told one harlot to repent, and now he hangs out with a whole bunch of harlots.
Yeah, that was not it.
What?
Well, and plus the reason why, like, the problem with saying that because Jesus said not to throw stones at adulterers and stuff like that, he's the authority. He kind of has the right to declare when we should do something or when we don't. We don't really have that authority, so we have to kind of gauge it off: do we want this in our society or not? And is this something we should value?
Emmett has the authority. He's the Pope.
Oh, yes, Judge Emmett. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
I am. Yeah, I'm the Pope. I could go with. There were so many memes I could have made. I could have asked him about the dancing. I could have asked him the dancing question. That would have been a good meme. I was trying to actually have like a full on good conversation. So it was fun, and I had a lot of fun, but there were parts that were painful that I actually had like at the end, like there was a couple of parts at the end when I was like losing my mind. It's like, well, you were asking him about if he was a Christian or not. It's like, but I'm not making any judgment. I'm not telling him he's not a Christian. I'm just asking him, and I didn't even say you. I asked him, and I shut my mouth. I was like, oh, you know about the Nicene Creed, anything? No. Okay, that's it.
It moved on. You're like, okay, now I understand kind of your general knowledge.
Yeah, I didn't say anything else, and they were like, how dare you? It's like, I didn't say anything. Prove it. Prove that I said that you're not a Christian. Just go on. You know?
It's also a little sad that most of that panel had no fucking clue about the Nicene Creed.
Yeah, it was kind of.
Yeah, Pajit Jesus, shame on him.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was cool. How you just slam dunked that is holding hands is gay.
And then he goes on like he's like, but what if it's your wife? It's like, and then I use the apes argument. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, it makes you happy. It's like, oh yeah.
And his super chats wouldn't let me put gay, so I had to put like capital G, then EE. That was like AYE with capital A, and then Y for WH capital Y, so you could see the gay in chat.
Yep, I did see it was.
I had to do it that way. That's gay.
Yeah, K2 is the local expert on what's gay. He has the ultimate authority.
Actually, that's Kieran.
The idea of
we're trying to get him a Bud Light sponsorship. So comment.
Yeah, he needs one.
Comment Bud Light.
He did needs one. He does need one because he's been just drinking on the stream every day anyway. I found it very weird that they try to shame like the whole thing about under whose authority you're talking. That's just such a shaming. It's just a shaming tactic, and it's like, Who are you? That was the other question that they didn't want to answer. It's like, you're going to answer his question with a question, but it's a true question. It's like, well, who are you? Whose authority are you question my authority?
You gotta respect
Under whose
my
authority you
judgment.
question my authority? It's like, at that point, if we're gonna go with that, it's like, what kind of authority do you have to question my authority? Like, oh, you're not gonna answer that question with a question. It's like, fine, whatever. But it's
Dude,
true.
stay
Like,
in your fucking lane.
Yeah, after experiencing that, I'm a fucking CT. I'm anti CT because man, that was fucking atrocious.
God damn, this Canadian's all over the fucking road right now.
Well,
Where's Ice? Where's Ice? I guarantee you he doesn't speak English.
yeah, all I'm saying is we need to start treating Canadians like we treat Mexicans.
You're going back. Especially because Canadians are looking more and more like Indians anyway.
Bro, they're not looking like Canadians no more.
They're not looking like Canadians anymore. If it sounds like Carmen from South Park. Yeah, I do. Respect my authority.
I'm gonna kick you square in the nuts.
Oh man, that was. I thought it was gonna be less. Well, this is the thing, right? Like they're libertarians at heart. That's why I didn't think anything. There was some person in chat who was kept asperging about me not being able to condemn murder. That was weird.
Was his name like Liberty something? Because I kept seeing this guy Liberty, and he was getting on my nerves.
He was so weird. I was like, what?
It's probably Steelman's alternate account.
He didn't get that I was making an internal critique of his position.
I should have jumped on there and talked about all the tyranny and that we need liberty.
Yeah, you should have.
Been a great troll.
Timeout. K2 needs to take a timeout. He said the S word.
The S word? What is the S word?
The S word.
Oh yeah, I said that. My bad.
Yeah, he said the name that shall not be spoken.
Oh yeah.
Bye,
well,
guys.
Bye.
I'm just kidding. I told you, people hate on authoritarianism, but man, the more you go along with it, the better it gets.
Yeah. I just don't know. It's like I tried to bring up the whole argument down. Like I made the whole foundation. I give him the position when it comes to the libertarian position, when it comes to markets. And then I tried to move to morality under his system, and he floundered completely. And then he started questioning me. And I was like, fine, I'll answer your questions. And I come to the ideas. And at the end, I was like, I even got to the positions like, well, the problem, or it's like drinking. Well, you can't drink, but you can drink while driving. That will be banned. Will be the same with sex. It's like you can have sex with your spouse, but you cannot be a harlot. That will be banned. And he kind of agreed with me at that point. And then everybody forgot. It's like, okay, fine. I'm okay with that.
See, I also think there's a problem. They keep saying you have to promote the culture. You can't just make it illegal. Well, okay. Well, we had gay marriage. It turned into the tease. We had I guess we were against prostitution, and now it seems to be we support things like OnlyFans and massive corn companies.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of like every time we get into this culture where we're like promote the culture, they do a shitty job of it. So at what point are we like, no, we have to draw the line?
Yeah, I don't know.
I have an alternative for how we can change
the
culture.
But let me tell you something.
POS.
Let me tell you something. I think I am changing the culture. Part of it is me going out there trying to tell these people why is it okay to do these kind of bans, right? If I'm not gonna convince, I'm gonna try to convince people in order to be able to do that so that we can move forward in society. And there's going to be a lot of people saying, well, you lost this debate because Chad said that you lost it. It's fine. I can agree with that up to a certain extent, right? It's like I'm not the best while doing this. But at the same time, if nobody is there being able to talk about these kind of issues and actually say, this is what we want and this is what we're striving for, how are we going to change the culture? We're just going to keep the same kind of culture. It's like, oh, well, we just want Christianity is fine and we want to promote it, but we don't want to enact anything. It's like that's where we are right now. That's where we are. It sucks. We don't want that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it was Christianity that brought us liberty, and now we want to take Christianity away from the liberty and expecting the liberty to maintain itself.
It's not possible. And that's pretty
No.
much what I said. It's
It's
like,
not.
well, I don't see that there's a way to be free without Jesus Christ at the end of the day. So I put Christianity above liberty.
Yep, absolutely. Because I mean,
You
even
guys
if
make
I'm
me want to play
Father's Day,
Helldivers.
oh, Helldivers! It just came to Xbox like a month ago. I need to download it.
Okay. I'm not gonna. I don't
Oh,
like
you're a
developers.
filthy Xbox player. Oh,
Ah,
oh no.
Fabian Liberty.
I'm just joking.
I've been watching again the Fabian Liberty versus Jay Dyer debate. Jesus, Jay Dyer's a monster in that debate.
well, that's the problem with libertarianism. It's like, well, how do you establish your framework, or how do you establish your kind of your morals inside libertarianism? You can't. You can only, I guess, it seems like you always lose to an ideological front when you have a libertarian system. There's always some type of moral system that will always corrupt it.
That's how they see it, right? They would see it as a moral system that has been always corrupted.
I just think if you have libertarian, eventually what will happen is kind of a moral system will always implant itself on it and corrupt it, and it just can't survive without some type of.
Okay, I see what you mean. It's the other way around. Give me a second. You know what? Talk amongst yourself. I'll be right back in a second.
All right, now the show is Corey's.
Okay, guys.
Corey has taken over the show.
Now I want us to start ranking our favorite Star Wars slurs from 1 to 5. My favorite's Tusken Raiders. You know, the sand people.
That is top one.
Yeah. My second favorite is I don't know the name to this guy, but in the first movie, the guy that sells Anakin to slavery, that's the Jewish people. So that's
Oy vey.
yeah. That's a deep one. See, that's a deep one.
I figured Jar Jar Binks would have been one too, because he's in the comedy.
Those are the black people. So I'm thinking, yeah, they're the black people because they're really good. They just, the language. You got to work on the language. Let's see, what's another one? The Jawas. Ooh, the Jawas. Okay, let's see. What are they? They're kind of like the redneck culture because you can't really understand them. They're just going around scrapping stuff.
What about clankers?
Oh, clankers. Oh, those are the bootlickers. Those are I don't know. That bootlicker ain't a good one. The clankers. God, what's a good one for that one? Oh, those are the
That's
tees.
just robots.
Those are the tees.
The clankers are just. Okay.
What about the wire-backed robots?
No.
Wait, listen. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. Okay, chat. Do you want me? Do you want to continue this stream, or do you want? There's something else you want to be doing right now? I'm gonna ask chat real quick.
It's not really that authoritarian of you.
Yeah, I know.
If Emmett gets $20 from chat, he'll keep on going. How about
no?
that?
No, if Emmett gets $20, then he'll stop the stream. He's only gonna stop the stream if you give $20.
Oh God, Emmett, stop! It's going on 24 hours.
Please, somebody donate.
Super serious interviews. I think this guy is someone I know. But I will not say his name.
It's straw.
I think so, but
Oh yeah, let him up.
let's see if I am correct.
We'll first make him reveal his face because he
Mhm.
could be some nudist.
I know. So come
Put him
up
behi-
and then show me your.
Put him
show me who
behind
you are.
Corey's picture. Put him behind Corey's picture.
Oh,
Just
man.
make Corey full screen. I know he doesn't have a good picture. It's just a blank avatar.
It could
Put
be
that in
Anson
full
too.
screen.
Yeah, it could also be Anson.
It's
Come on up,
his
Anson.
burger account.
Oh man. to what you said, yeah, you're right. You were correct in that. I'm tired. I'm rambling.
I'm always correct, Emmett.
Yep. Hello, Mr. Knowles.
Oh, hey, what's going on, Emmett? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
You can hear me just. Oh, that's good news. Yeah. I think that everyone should hear me. So the fact that you can is good for you.
And for everybody else.
Yeah, it's their pleasure. I'm here to pleasure your audience with my voice, Emmett.
They are very happy to hear you. I can accept that.
Yeah, it's pleasurable. So I was thinking, what channel name could I make for my next sock channel that would troll Emmett?
Super serious interviews.
Yeah.
Wait,
I got
Anson,
a
if you
good channel name. Paige
wait,
won't use it.
wait. Super serious interviews is a great one, but if you're gonna do it to troll, you have to have Kale on. You have
right.
to.
I do. Yeah, she'll be
Okay.
my first super serious, and I will take the interview very seriously.
I agree. I think you should.
Yeah. You know, Emmett, I'll do that just for you.
Sounds
I had
amazing.
A good channel advice name. If you're looking for more channel names.
What is the name? K2.
French fries on the beach with laxatives on it.
Straight to the point.
I see.
I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say that that's a little convoluted.
It's a little convoluted. It's gonna be hard to find. That's true.
Yeah.
Super serious interviews is a great name though. I like it.
Yeah, I've also got based book review.
I'm gonna have one that's like based, not tweaker.
Well, you'd be proud of me, Emmett. I hung out with real people tonight.
Well, you won't be proud of me. I hung out with an internet Indian guy from New York.
Yeah, I talked to him a lot the other day after he got done winning Grid's debate panel.
Oh, that's right. I'm gonna give the L to Confluence just simply because Confluence is gonna and it's gonna be amazing. He's gonna go
Yeah, the Indian Jesus and I have a whole lot in common, though. His worldview is almost identical to mine in terms of his understanding of how theology and atheism works.
Well,
it was
I don't think
conversation with him.
I don't think you have the same framework, but
Yeah,
it's
pretty-
fine that
it's
you
pretty
find
damn
people
close.
that think are interesting. That's a good thing.
Why don't you think that I have the same framework as him?
I think your framework is a little bit more precise and it's a little bit more developed.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah, he's not as smart as I am, but I mean, not that many people are. So
Unfair.
That's fair, I guess. How you been doing today, Anson?
I've been working on my humility.
I'm happy. No, but like okay, you were actually hanging out with real people. I see.
Yeah, yeah. I went to the Libertarian Party meeting today.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, I mean they're my people. I founded the local the county affiliate for the Libertarian Party 10 years ago. So like anytime they have a meeting, I'm welcome, whether or not I've come in a year or 2 years or whatever. I'm their founder.
You're the found. Okay.
He's
Yeah.
their king.
You're the
Pretty
king.
much, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Very libertarian of you.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a libertarian anymore.
You're kind of a libertarian.
Kind of, except for the whole like wanting monarchy thing.
I don't think you want monarchy. I think you just
Oh.
say it.
Yeah, really? That's interesting. You've been talking to Patrick too much.
Well, I think Patrick is. I think Patrick is a great person. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, he is. He's one of the finest people that I know.
I'm really glad that I got to meet Patrick through you. So thank you for that.
Yeah, yeah. That's usually how it works. See, like most people meet other people through me, and then they stop talking to me because they realize I'm a piece of shit. So it's nice that I can connect other people together.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, that happens to me as well.
Emmett, we gotta get you with a woman. This celibacy thing you're doing is got to be temporary, man. We need to get you like a dating stream or something. Like sell dates to Emmett for like $10 super chats or something.
I don't think that's a good idea. I think I'm pretty okay with myself in this regard right now. Maybe I'll get to be in a good position in life where I can offer something better, and I'll be like happy to try something.
Yeah.
Besides, I will not do it online. Like, I would not online. I would not do it on the internet on my channel. Like, oh look, I'm dating on my channel. I don't think that's a good way.
Would that make you uncomfortable?
On my channel, I think it would be. I think it wouldn't be the right thing to do to have a good relationship.
Yeah. So somebody else's channel would be better.
Maybe you should do dating
like
Emmett.
Channel.
Maybe you should do dating Emmett, the channel dating Emmett, and I can go to your channel. Okay, that sounds like a good idea for a show, Anson.
I'll make that one next.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
You can, and you know what? I won't be mad if you charge. It will be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah,
it's your grift. I respect the grift.
Yeah. I was trolling Kel's channel yesterday, and I think I said some things that upset her.
Like what?
Well, I said that she looks a whole lot better since she started putting on a whole lot of weight.
Oh. Well, that tends to upset women in general. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I said something like she's a high class lady, perfectly suitable for breeding.
Not that bad.
I got upset about that one too.
She's probably upset with the clip I put up today in Grid's channel.
Oh yeah, you put a clip up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You've been doing a lot of clips.
I've been doing a lot of work in Grid's channel. I've been doing more work in Grid's channel than mine when it comes to videos and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, that's a good idea. You need to work. And it's good that you're doing online work too, because when you get deported, you'll still be able to do the work.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? I'm doing great in that regard. It could be worse. It could be a lot worse.
I agree.
Hmm.
Does Mexico have computer?
No, we have like little kids that run on wheels and they work kind of like a computer. It's complicated. It's a different kind of technology.
I figured that would be how you power the computers.
No, they do the calculations too. It's very smart kids. They just run a lot.
They sound like Asian kids.
Well, there is an Asian population in Mexico for a reason. But yeah, I've been doing that, and it was really good stream the other day. We had forced karaoke, and I sang like
I missed karaoke. You should have
Yes.
sent me an invite. I would have come and graced you with my
every Saturday.
eloquence again.
Every
Yeah,
Saturday,
okay,
I'm gonna have forced karaoke.
I'll be there, man.
And
Yeah,
if
I
you-
really hit those high notes last time.
Yeah, it was great. You did amazing. I sang like every gay song possible. Everyone.
Corey sang the gayest.
Yeah,
And then
Corey sang the gayest.
Corey
That song
sang
was
one of the
super
gayest too. It was fun. Anthony suck.
Well, it ain't gay, but it's gay.
Yep, I agree. I
Oh
don't
man.
think Kissy Cat's very happy with me.
Well, you keep on being a complete degenerate. Like, you know, you should stop that.
Wait, how am I being a degenerate? I'm just living
It's
my
your-
best life, Emmett.
It's your way of life that is degenerate.
I'm not degenerate. I just say degenerate things.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a difference, Emmett.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a degenerate hypocrite. You see, I don't follow through with my words.
Like coom coom coom.
See, I commit a bunch of crimes, but I'm not a criminal.
Yeah,
There's a difference.
yeah. It's like the difference between being an alcoholic and a drunk, Emmett.
Exactly.
What is the difference between being an alcoholic and a drunk?
Oh, alcoholics go to meetings.
Drunks go to meetings too.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No.
Usually it's with harlots, but they do go to meetings.
You can't drive to meetings when you're drunk.
You can. That's why we have a bunch of the DUIs, driving under the influence. Yeah, DUIs.
Those are drunks that got caught.
When you get caught, you turn into an alcoholic.
Yeah, after that you become an alcoholic. That's true. And so, which one are you? Are you a drunk or an alcoholic, or none?
Well, I don't drink. Because I'm an alcoholic.
He doesn't get drunk.
Because you were an alcoholic. Yeah, no, now you're
Well,
on the
no.
other side. You're a reformed drunk.
No, alcoholism isn't something you get over. You just stop drinking. It's kind of like having AIDS. Either you take medication for it and you don't die, or you
Well,
have
they say
full-blown
that
AIDS.
you can get cured now.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, sure.
Well,
Whatever.
there's only one person that's been cured, and that's Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I don't know. I just said it.
Oh, Jesus.
No, sarcastic saint. I was a functioning alcoholic. Now I'm a
Non-functioning alcoholic.
no. It's the one that doesn't drink.
A reformed drunk?
I'm in recovery.
In remission? Isn't that what they
Yeah,
call it?
recovery. Yeah, I haven't had alcohol in like 3 years and what is it? However many months is it? 4 months. 3 years and 4 months.
Congratulations.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I need to
Yeah.
start doing that with coffee again because I'm drinking too much coffee.
Oh, coffee's good for you. Just don't put anything in it. Drink it black, and you'll be fine.
No, but I'm drinking like 3 cups a day. It's too much.
That's it. That's like half of what I drink.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, just go black and don't go back.
Just go black.
Yeah, if you put other crap in it, it ain't good for you. But just straight black coffee, it's actually if you're an alcoholic, it's really good to drink lots of coffee because it keeps your liver soft. Like if you get cirrhosis or whatever, it's really good to drink coffee because it's good for your liver.
Yeah, Dr. Dr. Hubble said it was fantastic to drink just coffee. Then he went on to found Scientology.
Yeah, L. Ron, Father
Yeah.
L. Ron. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I read all his books.
He's a good man.
Yeah, he's excellent science fiction author.
Yeah.
You're a dry drunk.
Dum.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun today. But I'm very tired and I haven't eaten. So I'm probably gonna go eat something.
That's a good idea. You just give me the keys to your channel, and then I'll keep these guys in line, and then yeah, and you go eat.
What I can do for you is I can close my camera, go down. You can stay here for a moment, come back up, and be done with it, and we can continue.
Yeah, you go get a quesadilla, man.
I will make quesadillas.
I fucking knew it.
Why not? They're
No,
fast, they're easy to do, and they are delicious. So it's
there's only
easy
one thing
and
you can
fast.
do, and that's kick everybody off the channel one by
No,
one.
I was just gonna go ahead and let you guys up, get my dog, give him food, get everything ready, come back up in a moment. If
Yeah,
you
you go
want
do
to,
that.
otherwise I'm gonna kick everybody up, kick everybody out, and just end the stream.
No, let's keep it going, man. You go eat. I'll keep these guys in line for you. You can trust me.
Okay,
Well, I'm probably gonna rage.
I'll be right back. Don't say anything.
Wait, hang on, Emmett. Hang on, Emmett. Oh,
Hmm.
well, I was just gonna tell you good night because I'm probably about to rage quit.
Why are you about to rage quit? Don't rage quit.
Oh no.
It's about 11:15 where I am, and I got to be at work at 5.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Have a good one. Thank you so much for coming on, Big Soda.
Hey, good talking to y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Yep.
Later.
Have a great night.
Yeah. So while you're gone, I want to talk about the cure for nihilism.
That sounds
so-
amazing. Go on.
Yeah. Yeah. So as Emmett calls it, nihilism.
Nihilismo in Spanish. So that's why.
Nihilismo, yeah.
Yeah.
So the cure for nihilism is knee-high soda.
Shut up.
You ever had knee-high before, K2?
No. Please tell me about it.
Oh yeah, so it's one of the classic Southern sodas. You see, it's still in limited production in some parts of the Southern United States, but they make a really excellent orange soda. It's good stuff, man. You should try a knee high sometime. You're always driving a truck around. Next time you come through Southern Middle Tennessee or Northern Alabama, you might be able to find it at some redneck gas station somewhere.
I'll take. I gotta remember that.
Knee
Knee-high
high.
soda.
Knee high. My daddy used to take us down to the store and get a bunch of glass bottle knee highs when I was a kid, and then we'd turn them back in when we were
Get
done
5
drinking
cents.
them. No, it was the refillable kind. Like they'd take them back to the knee high place and they'd clean them out and then fill them back up with soda.
Mm-hmm.
really old school stuff that don't exist anymore. Yep. Now you're not quite as old as I am, though, are you, K2?
No,
You're what, like 35, something like that?
34, but yeah, essentially
Yeah,
got it.
yeah. Knee High does make Peach Kissy Cat. You're right. Yeah. See, Kissy Cat knows. She knows. But they had an orange soda when I was a kid, but they also had that peach. Yeah, I remember that peach soda. That was good stuff. Yeah, she knows. See, Knee High Peach, that's the cure for nihilism. Yeah, I've been giving that a whole lot of thought because I was worried that since I don't believe in God that I wouldn't be able to figure out how to find happiness, because I've been watching Made by Jim Bob a whole lot. And I learned a whole lot of things about myself I didn't know. Like I couldn't have morality without God and stuff. So I've been real
Oh no.
worried. Yeah, I've been real worried about how I like always am gonna do the wrong thing because I'm physically incapable of, having faith in a, you know, 3,000-year-old Jewish deity. You know, it's been
I hear
really,
you.
it's been really bugging me.
I can tell. You sound down in the dumps.
Yeah, well, I have been, but I'm better now because I had some knee high.
I can tell.
Yeah, that I worry about you driving around K2 and being on panels sometimes when I'm on the stream with you because I'm like, so what happens if he gets into some like catastrophic accident and then there's like a trial of some kind and then they find out what he was doing on his phone and then like my commentary with him will be part of evidence on the stream and then I'll be involved in whatever it is that's going on. It bothers me sometimes thinking about the eventualities that are possible.
Nah,
Like I don't want um what's that responsibility,
I hear you.
you know. I'm trying to be more female because I realize that women are in a place of privilege in our society, and so the smallest amount of responsibility I can have, the more feminine my life will be.
Keep going and you're making a little bit of sense here.
Yeah, well, good, good. I'm glad it's a little bit of sense. So yeah, Scott Hotvet says, "Cheer up, we'll keep God alive in everything. Then you don't have to worry so much." Okay, good. Yeah, y'all Christians, y'all keep your God alive. That sounds like a good idea. Um, I mean, because um, like I've never met the guy, right? Like if you could, Scott, if you could have your God just click on the panel link and have him come up here and chat with us some, I might start to believe in him if he did that. Because then like I could have a conversation, maybe he could convince me or whatever. Scott, if you could just give him a call real quick, since you're keeping him alive, I figured you might have his phone number. You could just copy the link from the chat that Emmett posted in there and just text it over to him. That would be really cool. Now, now K2, would you categorize that in the blasphemous category?
Hmm.
I mean, it was definitely condescending.
Mm, well, but was it blasphemous? I hmm. Well, you're kind of denying, and you're asking Scott to give him a phone call to prove that he's real.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to chat with him on the panel. I mean, that's not too much to ask. He built the whole universe. I figure he could click a panel link. I mean, it seems reasonable, right?
Hmm.
I mean, it's not as difficult as like.
I mean,
know,
technically, you're not denying his existence because you're like, ugh.
No, I just want to have a chat with them, right? Like they're
Yeah.
always
I don't think it's blasphemy.
Yeah.
I don't think so. You're
Yeah.
still acknowledging his existence.
Yeah, well, I'm just going on the premise that Scott was correct that he's keeping him alive. So I mean, I'm just, basically asking for proof of life.
I
Kind of
see.
like, kind of like, kind of like Steven every Saturday night with Cat Katibi. You ever watch Cat's channel, K2?
Cat's channel?
Yeah, Cat Katibi.
No.
Oh, you'd really like it over there, man. She's got lots of chat trolls. She really leans into the degeneracy.
Oh my.
But she's not a degenerate. She
She
just
only
really,
plays a degenerate.
yeah. Well, no. She just really respects the troll game. I mean, she's a woman that understands the intricacies of trolling, and
Not a lot do.
yeah, and she platforms Imperius still.
Huh.
I mean, it takes a special kind of woman to platform Imperius.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this the cat that is also known as the house cat because she's a stay-at-home wife and lives indoors?
Yeah. She's.
Oh yeah. All right, yeah.
I don't know if she's called the house cat. I've never called her that. I
Some
call her.
people have. When
Yeah,
there's like 5 different cats in one chat.
yeah. It's cat with a K.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, she's the half Persian, half Cuban.
Yep, that's who it is. Yeah, I'm subscribed.
Yeah.
Took me a minute.
Yeah, she hardly ever streams though. It's really kind of annoying. I don't know why I'm talking about cat. I think it's because the other cat's in the chat and she's saying mean things to me, and so I'm trying to talk about the other cat to make her cat envious.
Well, then it'll be just another cat fight.
Yeah, I know, right? I don't know why she's so mad at me. Kissy cat, whatever I did, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Yeah. So I don't have anything of substance to add. I'm a good like, co-host guy to bounce stuff off of. I don't really have a whole lot of, independent thoughts,
Yeah.
I'm not an idea man. I'm a brainstorm kind of guy, right? You get a never envious of other cats. That's good to know, Kissy cat. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't want to make you jealous. Anyway, that other cat, she's, you know, old and stuff and married, so there's no really reason to be jealous of a old married cat.
Uh, she gives Imperius a platform to speak, eh?
Yeah, she puts him on panel sometimes. He's always welcome in the chat too. He's always in there calling her fat and old and making fun of her body and yeah.
Maybe
And
that's why she doesn't stream that much anymore.
No, it isn't that. She likes the trolling.
Ah.
She's just, she lacks commitment.
Ah. Well, you think being a married woman wouldn't have the commitment issues?
Yeah, well, no, I mean like commitment, what is that? Like she said she's lazy and doesn't want to stream more than once a week, you know.
Yeah.
You know. Well,
I
Kissy
mean,
Cat,
women say that all the time.
yeah,
Like
they do.
they got
Yeah.
a headache or something.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, the best thing for that is what is that? Divorce. Um, yeah, I wasn't trying to make you jealous, Kissy Cat. I'm worried that you're mad at me, and because it would upset me a whole lot, because you're such a nice lady. So you
I
just
can't read the chat. What's she saying?
she said you and K2 are jerks.
Well, that's mean.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Kissy Cat K2's a nice guy. I mean, he's a ginger. He can't help it. You know.
That is a true statement.
Yeah, I mean, he was born that way. You know, it's kind of like a having a disability. You know.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a shame that I came up here when it was Emmett's Casadilla time. I was really
Yeah,
I was really looking forward to bouncing stuff off of him. You know, but that's all right.
he'll be back shortly.
Yeah,
He'll be back
he
shortly.
can eat his Casadillas and whatever and but yeah, that Indian Jesus guy, man, he's super interesting. I had a really long chat with him the other night. He what is that? Somewhat understands um like the problem with atheists.
Yeah.
The and it's hard to find other atheists that understand that most of them are like the Skittles folks. They became the way they are because it atheism has turned into a social contagion just as much as the Skittles folks have, right? I think there's like a natural level of atheism within a society, and then what happened was that it expanded beyond the natural, and so you've got a whole bunch of people who are biologically more inclined to be followers in a religion, and so they start worshiping government instead of God.
Well, that's what I was about to ask. You're saying it's more turned into its own religion of some sort.
Yeah, yeah, well,
Yeah.
like the unnatural atheists, the ones that are defective, like
Mm-hmm.
like I don't have any hatred towards Christians whatsoever. In fact, I genuinely like respect them and cherish them and think that they're wonderful. And I envy Christians in many ways, like the ability to have faith. Like I don't understand that, right? Like
Yeah.
it's like a it's like like I envy Major League Baseball players because they can like hit a fastball that's thrown at like 95 miles an hour. Like I can't do that. It's the same sort of thing. Um, oh, I'm sorry you got stuff going on, Kissy Cat. Um, I hope it gets better for you. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. That was a good conversation with him the other night. It got me thinking about stuff because there's a like Christians generally have the whole thing figured out about how you can't orient your life towards yourself. You have to orient your life towards something that's higher than yourself, or else everything in your life will basically fall apart because you can't seek pleasure in yourself, or else you will
You
become
can't,
you'll become vacant.
you can't be selfish, is what you're saying?
Well, no, I think selfishness is a virtue. I'm talking
Ah,
about like what is that? In order to achieve anything in life, you have to have goals, right?
mm-hmm.
And if your goals are centered around um, servicing yourself and your own wants and your own needs and your own desires, then eventually, like you'll realize that you can't really be satisfied, right? And then if you do the worst possible thing and satisfy yourself, then you'll become useless. Um, I don't know if I'm explaining that.
Hmm.
Like um, one of the things that makes high functioning people like CEOs or entrepreneurs successful is that they don't ever get satisfied. Like they're always grinding towards the next higher goal. And if you're a Christian, you're supposed to be always grinding towards making your life more in line with what Jesus told you to be.
Yeah.
But if you're an atheist, you don't have that. You don't have that higher thing to live your life toward.
You don't?
You're enlightening me a lot here, Anson.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
you're giving me a lot to think about right now.
You focus on driving. I didn't mean to enlighten you.
No, I'm focused on driving. I can talk. Yeah. That's why they make headsets.
Mm-hmm. So,
every
Anson,
truck driver does it.
Now that you have found the cure to nihilism, are you going to go to the Nile?
No, I'm gonna go get some more knee high. Yeah.
How good is knee high?
Knee high is top notch. I'll tell you what. I'll buy some and ship it to you, Emmett. You just got to give me your home address.
Can I trust you? That sounds like a ice raid waiting to happen.
If the question is ever, can I trust you? When asked towards me, the answer is always no.
At least he's honest.
And honest is honest.
Yeah, well, I just know my nature.
I agree with you, especially when it comes to conscientiousness, that they're having this idea of I'm not satisfied and I'm gonna get satisfied. I'm always looking for the next thing that will satisfy me. It's like a virtue in certain aspects. But I don't understand how can you go without a higher purpose and justify anything in life. I just don't get it.
Yeah. So imagine if you are not capable of believing in God.
But I don't think you are not capable, because belief is not a belief is, especially when it comes to these kind of higher beliefs, belief is a choice. It's not a it's not an intrinsic value system that it makes you whether capable or incapable.
It's something that you do.
No, it's something that you choose.
Right. So it's something that you choose to do.
Yeah.
Right. So if I chose to do it, I still wouldn't be able to do it.
No. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand the conflation here.
So okay. Have you ever talked to any of those? What are those people called? Homosexuals.
Mm-hmm.
So, they say that it's not a choice; it's just the way they are.
Yeah.
So it feels very.
Is that true?
Well, that aside, like I think that they're biologically defective, right? And they're like predisposed to this problem that they have.
Okay.
So I feel the same way about atheism. That's natural atheism and not the social contagion atheism.
Yeah. I understand that you feel that way, but is it true?
I think so. Yeah.
How do you know that? Let's go with true value statements.
Yeah, it's a justified true belief.
Okay, justify it.
So I talked it over with my higher power, and he told me it was okay.
I don't understand. What higher power?
The universe.
How do you talk to the universe?
I use the brain that I was evolved with, that the universe provided to me. The universe gave me my mind.
And does the universe have a mouth to respond, or is just you talking?
No, He's like yours. Like you just talk to him with your mind's eye, and then he talks back.
No, mine has set a series of. He has
Well, see,
set a series of revelation and institutions for me to be able to
yeah,
understand where it comes from and know
yeah, mine
these
did too.
words. Yeah, where?
Yeah, well, mine provided me with the laws of logic and reason, and the
How?
ability, well, through evolutionary scaffolding.
It provided you with revolution?
Yeah, yeah.
How? Okay.
But
How does a
non-bio.
random process
Oh no, it's
provide
not
you?
random.
It
It's
is
not random.
random.
No, it's not.
Okay, then
That's that's an
explain evolution.
yeah. Okay, so non-biological evolution is increasing complexity over time based on environmental conditions that allow copies of objects to be made in confined spaces. Right. That's how non-biological evolution works until a point in time in which the complexity reaches a point that it is able to spring to life. And then the complexity and the evolution continues, and it turns into biological evolution, which you're probably aware of already.
There's such a big leap between the idea of non-biological evolution and the idea of biological evolution. Let's go back to non-biological. So
Yeah.
you would be saying that the idea is things like cells that are not alive are being made over and over again.
Yeah, there are copies depending upon environmental conditions, based on the location of the objects. Yeah, like
That
you could
begs the
see.
question, right? Like, how do you
Well,
get to the conditions that are necessary in order for you to have that kind of supposed evolution?
yeah, like what? That's a really good. I don't know the answer to that. That's a good question.
I
Yeah,
wonder.
it's almost like my worldview doesn't have to have all of the answers to be acceptable to me. Kind of like I have to have faith in it.
Yeah, I know. So you can
Yeah,
have faith. You just decide on what you have faith on, right?
yeah, I have
So
faith
my
in.
my idea that you can you actually have faith and can have faith, and you're just
Well,
deciding not to have faith on the thing that you don't like according to your own metrics is right.
yeah, except that the thing that I have faith in isn't based on a fairy tale that was written 3,000 years ago.
It is based on a fairy tale that's written right now by you.
No, no, I base mine on science.
Isn't that what the atheists
On
say too?
science?
I am an atheist.
On what science?
Well, the most modern knowledge possible, specifically evolutionary chemistry.
So you know the most knowledge possible
Well,
right now.
I've been following a group of evolutionary chemists that inform me as to how evolution works based on my understanding. It's the most reasonable explanation. Although it's possible that it will change when new information appears, because I'm not dogmatic in my approach to understanding.
Dude, you're
I'm
super
more
dogmatic. In fact,
I'm
you
super
are being dogmatic right now.
I'm super skeptical at all times, and essentially doubt everything that I believe constantly.
Yeah, you can do that. I do that all the time as well. That
Yeah.
doesn't mean that doesn't mean you're not being dogmatic right now.
Well, how am I being dogmatic? I already admitted that
Your
I don't
dogma
understand things.
states your dogma states that you can trust these supposed scientists into whatever they are saying is true, and that it can even change according to what new scientists believe that is
Yeah,
true.
yeah, based on new information that's discovered. Yeah, I think that using reason and logic, the intangible tools provided to me by the universe, is a good idea.
That is a
and
dogma.
and and it brings me closer to my God, which is the universe. Using the tools of reason and logic, because understanding the universe is bringing me closer to the universe itself.
Well, I got a question, if I can. Didn't Isaac Newton and like Albert Einstein said that the more knowledge they know, the closer they feel to God?
I don't know what they said about that. But that sounds like something smart somebody would say, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're just in a contradiction when it comes to faith. But it's
Yeah.
fine. You don't have to accept it. It's just a performative
Yeah.
contradiction.
Well, there's no performative contradiction. I just don't believe in the ancient Jewish deity.
By the way, you said 3,000 years old. Wouldn't it be a lot older or a lot younger? By like
It's
1,000 or
approximate.
4,000?
Well, like the Jesus mythology that was added on was like what 2,000 years ago. So and then the first half of your book is older than that. It's probably got some oral history that was written down. So it could be like 5,000 years old. Hell, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. That was an approximation.
Or it could
It's
be
really
just true and it would be atemporal, so it would be older than time, right?
Yeah, except that it's what is that? Fluid.
Fluid?
Yeah.
Like what?
Well, like there's different books added, different books deleted. Even the Jews in the Old Testament, like the Jewish holy books, they canonized and removed books that had been used in their religion, right? Because y'all just sort of figure out which fairy tales make the most sense and then add them to your canon.
Didn't they remove the book of Daniel so it would fit their?
No, I think the book of Daniel is still there. I don't know. It sounds very weird to me.
Yeah.
Like you make assessment of things that happen that are probably new additions. It's like, are you talking about the Protestants removing books? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the Jews before the Christians even canonized their Bible entirely. That's why the Orthodox Christians have more books in their Bible in the Old Testament than the other Christians do, because there was a different canonization of Judaism for the Old Testament when the Orthodox were canonizing their Bible.
Oh, then it would be then it wouldn't be all the stuff. It would be like the newest stuff, right? We're talking about the moment where they're doing the whole thing. Because I don't listen. For example,
about Old Testament.
Yeah, I know. But for example, I don't think Judaism is the people of Israel because of the New Testament, right? The people of Israel are the Christians because they're following the same. They're following from the promises that were given.
Well, I guess it depends on your perspective.
It had to be. It was something that had to be done before the destruction of the Second Temple. Yeah, because that's pretty much what all of the people in the Old Testament were saying about the Messiah.
Well, I thought that they said that Jesus was a heretic. That's why they strung him up.
No, that was the authorities
the
Jewish that were acting that were acting against.
They were acting to protect their religion from a heretic.
No, they were acting against their own religion because they were acting against God. That's the whole point of it.
Well, yeah, that would be the Christian perspective. Yeah.
No, that would be the perspective.
Yeah, the Christian perspective.
The true perspective.
Yeah. Okay. Well, from your perspective, yeah.
The true perspective. Do you think everybody has a perspective that is true?
I think that everybody has a different perception because we're all individuals.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not talking about perspective. I'm talking about true. Do you think everybody has a? Do you think truth exists?
Yeah, of course, truth exists.
So it would be true. That would be the perspective. That would be the truth.
Well, no,
it wouldn't have to do anything about my perspective. It would just be true.
I understand that truth exists, objective truth exists, but I don't think that humans are capable of ascertaining it with certainty.
Yeah, but I'm not relying on my perception of it.
Right, you're relying on your fairy tale.
My fairy tale.
Yeah, the mythology of your god, right?
The truth.
which isn't really based on reason. It's based on like hand-me-down stories from a couple of thousand years ago. Which
It's
is why I
based
think my
perfectly
system's
on
actually
reason.
better. Okay.
Yeah, well, did you give me an accountant for example, the future? That's what we were talking the other day.
Hey, you want to do that red herring again?
Yeah, let's go. Give me an accountant for the future.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. It's 10:47 here. The future will be here in a minute, and it'll be 10:48. Just wait. You'll find
Will
it in
be-
the present. Wait, it'll be in the present in just a second. Just wait.
It will
just
be in
wait.
the present.
Oh wait, it's here. It's in the present now. The
It
future
will
just
be in the
arrived.
present.
Yeah, it just arrived in the present. Like it was in the future, and now it's here.
It was.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a
How
calendar?
can something in the future was?
Have you ever seen a calendar? It's measuring out in increments when the future is going to arrive.
Yeah. How do I listen? That's not the question. The question is
People have been measuring when the
Yeah.
future will arrive. For a
how.
very long
I'm asking that justification for that to exist. Justify it.
Well, I just
If all you have is empirical now presentism, and that is the basis of everything, how can we have future?
Well, so time is super interesting, right? Because in order for humans to perceive it, right? They have to basically it's super abstract. It's intangible, right? You can't touch it. You know, from your perspective, right? We only have the present based on what you're saying, right? Yeah. So, but it's more that it's what is it? It's super hard to explain, Emmett.
It's mind dependent, right? Depends on the mind.
Absolutely. In order for us to perceive it, absolutely, right?
Yeah.
And like, and probably even our perception, colors, what it means to us.
So time depends upon the mind of man. So
No, not. It doesn't depend on the mind of men. It depends on
Okay.
the mind of men to perceive it.
Even better. But if it's something that's in the mind and you're perceiving it, how to justify that it exists universally?
Well, the same way I do with logic.
How?
Well, like all intangible aspects of the universe are part of the universe, right? That's why the universe is my God and my paradigm.
All intangible aspects of the universe are contained within the universe. Where?
Yeah, the universe is an object that contains both material and intangible objects.
Yeah, where?
Well, we're in the universe, so it's here.
Here, where?
Where we are right now.
Where we are
The
right
object, now? The universe is everywhere. It's timeless. It's intangible and tangible.
So it doesn't have an end.
All that. Yeah, exactly. It contains all that there is and all that there ever was. But since it's a timeless entity, then it exists outside of our actual comprehension. Which is why it's so hard to answer your questions.
So you're pretty much stating that the universe has a mind, right? And that it contains the intangible.
It's almost like the universe is godlike.
It's almost like you are saying that the universe has a mind that contains all of the intangible things, but you're just denying it because it doesn't. You don't like it, and since you don't like it, you're just denying it, even though you don't have any justification above it besides stating that it is the case.
No, you're asserting that a mind exists when none.
You are asserting that the universe has things that are intangible and are mind dependent, but doesn't have a mind.
No, it's not. It's mind dependent to perceive. It's not mind dependent to exist.
It's a mind dependent.
Logic exists absent the mind.
How?
Well, you can't have two objects occupying the same space at the same time.
How do you know that without a mind?
Because I can perceive the laws of logic with my mind. Just because I have a mind
doesn't answer the question. That doesn't answer the question. How do you know that without a mind?
You just don't like the answer.
No, you don't understand
really
entitlement.
The answer is the problem. No, you're making up an entailment that doesn't need to exist.
No, you're thinking about something that you're saying things exist and there's no justification for it, but they do. And I don't have a justification for them, but trust me, bro. I don't need a mind, even though it's mind dependent.
Physics? Are you denying that physics exists? that the logic of the universe and how the celestial bodies interact with one another um, is like they're intangible aspects to physics, right? And those are all material objects interacting with one another.
I don't think if I was a pure empiricist, I don't think they would exist without a mind.
I'm not a pure empiricist.
Yeah, but I would still need a mind to be able to understand those things that are not empirical.
Yes, you need a mind to perceive the universe. That's why we're able to have this conversation.
That doesn't matter when we're talking about categories.
That doesn't mean that a mind has to exist in order for logic to exist. That's an assertion that you're making without any proof.
That's universal. If you're going to talk about universals, you need to be able to justify them. You are the one that's making the claim that things exist. I'm not.
So you're not making a claim that the universe exists? You don't believe in the
No,
universe?
I'm not making any claim right now. I'm doing an internal critique on your claims.
Yeah, okay. So if you're not going to admit that the universe exists, how can I have a conversation with you?
How do I know if the universe exists in that case? Are you gonna go with existence exists? Is that where we're going now? Because I know that the feeders of existence exist in and of themselves. You know, I listened to Fabian Liberty cry about them a lot. It was fucking funny.
Yeah, it's super bad faith to claim that existence doesn't exist, and since you're not making any claims intentionally to avoid having a real conversation about it, it does make it seem super bad faith.
I'm just asking you, Anson. I went through a whole debate trying to measure what kind of morality a person has. They couldn't answer the question, and they pretended that I was the person making claims about morality when I was just asking questions to gauge what kind of morality they had. So I'm not even being bad faith. I'm trying to ask you actual questions about it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
How are you doing today? Did you enjoy going to your libertarian friends, having fun with them?
So yeah. The guy that a friend of mine super active with the libertarians. He owns a rocket company here in town, and he was asking for my advice about some of his properties and stuff. We had like a really good conversation about him planning out some stuff for one of his rental buildings. That was after the meeting. You know, we had like the friendship meeting after the meeting. You know.
Mm. You had a meeting after the meeting. That's nice.
Yeah. I'm still kind of stuck on why you have a problem with me saying that the universe is like, the ultimate source of all existence, right?
Because I don't think you... I don't even know if you believe that.
No, I do.
Well, you can say that, but it doesn't mean I believe that you believe that.
But you don't think that the universe is ordered?
I believe that the universe is ordered, but I don't think... No. In fact, no. I think the universe tends towards disorder. It's a disordered system, and it gets more and more disordered as time goes.
It abides by logical order, right?
No, if you take into account entropy and the idea of entropy and how the universe is behaving, it would be a system that tends towards disorder, not a system that is ordered.
Well, it's from my perspective, like everything that exists, like owes its existence to the universe.
Yeah, but the claim is the same. I can say the same thing. Everything that exists owes its existence to God. What is me different from you?
We're not.
Okay.
Yeah, I use the transcendental argument for evolution.
That doesn't make any sense. You're talking about a system that is... You're talking about a random mutation system versus an ordered principle.
An assertion. Y'all always assert this randomness that doesn't exist, and you don't provide proof for the randomness. You just say that it's random.
That's the system. Have you read Evolution?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
What do they say about Okay, explain how it works, please.
How it works?
Yeah.
Yeah. So objects
Uh-huh.
become more complex over time.
Why?
Why? Because the way that the universe is ordered, it allows for objects to form, and
So you need
both
order before it can be done?
yeah. The universe has certain laws that it abides by, right?
It just begs the question, like where order comes from. How do you get to order? What does even order mean? And how do you ascertain that a system that tends towards entropy, which will be disorder, is orderly?
Well, it can be both, right?
No.
Yeah, it can. Yeah.
How can you have a system that
You
tends towards disorder be order?
yeah. So there's both in the system. There's areas of order, right, where everything abides by rules, and then there's areas of that appear to be disorderly, but they still abide by rules. The same rules apply.
Do you know what is the
It's
second
just
law
your
of thermodynamics?
It's just your perception of the disorder that makes you think it's disorderly.
No. What is the second law of thermodynamics? Do you know it?
No, I don't have all the laws of thermodynamics memorized.
Okay. Well, there is a problem with the second law of thermodynamics when you're saying that, because when we look at thermodynamic systems, the thermodynamic system tends towards disorder. The only reason why on Earth things seem to be orderly when it comes to the universe has nothing to, it's because of an enclosed system in which we are temporarily in, but it's not the system that we see in the universe that is going to be part of the universe even.
Yeah, so you're making the assertion that the Earth is not a part of the universe.
Nope, that's not the assertion. The assertion
It's
is that we are in a system that is enclosed.
You just said what I said. The Earth is ordered, and other parts of the universe appear disordered. And but relative to us, right? You're saying that.
I'm saying appeared.
Yeah.
That has the appearance of.
And it abides by the second law of thermodynamics, so it abides by a set of rules, which fits into my framework. So we're agreeing, Emmett. This is great. I'm glad we're getting somewhere.
I don't think we are agreeing at all. I think you're making the assertion of that. Well, everybody likes to make that assertion every single time. It's like, you agree with me now. It's like, I don't think I do.
I'll convert you pretty soon. It'll be good. You would make a really good atheist.
I would. I was a big atheist for a long time, and I was an actual empiricist for a long time, and then I realized that I didn't have any justification for anything that I believe in.
Yeah.
And I didn't even answer with, like, most of the questions that I would answer would be I don't know, or possibly this is the answer. Even if I knew 99% sure that was the answer, I would use possibly, because I had no assurance of the things.
Yeah, most atheists are like that.
No, most atheists are not like that at all. Most atheists make assertions, and they are convinced of said assertions, and even though they have no justification for them, they keep on making the assertion. I would never say that the universe was my god. I would probably I would have probably said that I believe that the universe was it's a finite system of energy, because it's not even infinite, according to what we know.
I don't know the entire nature of the universe. I strive to understand it, because understanding my God is important to me.
Yeah, I agree. Understanding God is important. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I hope you actually get to find Jesus Christ, so you can put those efforts to good use.
Yeah.
I mean, I still like reading and seeing stars and reading about the universe. Have you seen Hoag's object? Any? Do you know that object?
I don't know what that is.
No, you don't know it? Oh, it's an incredible thing. Let me show you. Probably like this.
Yeah, I'm not a very big nerd, so I might not.
The full moon tonight.
One of the coolest shits in the universe.
Hoag's object.
Hmm. So this is a galaxy. From here to here, there's like 180 million light years in between these two spaces. And if you look here, there's another one right behind it. This is a ring galaxy. It's very rare. It's a pretty cool galaxy.
Yeah, it looks highly ordered.
It's a very rare galaxy though.
Yeah.
Most galaxies are not like this. Most galaxies are like this one right here, just a disk.
Yeah. It's almost like the environment had to be right for all of those objects to increase in complexity.
It's almost like God decided, right? It's almost like God made it.
Yeah,
it's almost like God made all of it, and He was like, "Look at my power, so that you know that I am God." And oh man, you were saying that you had a big talk with Indian Jesus the other day, right?
Yeah, we were discussing how insufferable atheists are.
You were talking about the idea of the new wave atheists, which are just like religious zealots.
Yeah, so they're
infiltrated.
They're skittles. They're the product of social contagion. Instead of arriving at atheism naturally, they're like most people, followers, and they hopped on this social bandwagon to arrive at their faith instead of arriving at it naturally like most atheists.
I don't think. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, I
don't consider most atheists to be atheists. I consider them to worship government. It's like you called it empiricism a few times.
Empiricism,
right? Yeah.
Well, empiricism is the idea of the relying on your senses as the basis of knowledge.
Yeah, and so since I admit that there are intangible aspects of the universe, like I can't perceive all of it. Like I'm comfortable with that. Right? So I have to have like some acknowledgement that there are things that can't be measured and understood. Like, there's some divine mystery in the universe.
Okay.
Right.
But I don't know. It just requires so much faith sometimes, and it's just blind faith and unknowing. But I don't
unknowing
even know.
is super. I'm super comfortable with unknowing.
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, it's like, let me put it this way: if I was a pure feeling-based guy that is about my preference and what is best according to my preference, I would go with Christianity because it's less faith-based than what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's fair. Atheism requires a lot of faith in not knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But not only faith in not knowing, it's like faith in not knowing and I cannot know. And there's nothing I can do about it. And then I live in a universe that is tending towards chaos and forgetfulness and nothing matters.
You keep asserting that it tends toward chaos, but then you show me this beautiful ring galaxy that looks highly ordered and unchaotic.
Yeah, and it's gonna be gone in like 100 million years, and there's not gonna be any other. Do you realize that we're not gonna be able to see a galaxy in like 100 million years, right?
Yeah, and so your perception of it changing over time leads you to think that it's disordered, that it acts that way, but it's acting by a set of rules.
No, it's not.
Right, the laws of yeah, it is the laws of physics that you already talked about.
You have to understand the tendency. The tendency is towards disorder.
So what you perceive as disorder is just the nature of the universe.
What is I don't think that is the nature of the universe.
Yeah, it's super difficult to understand the nature of God, right? So that's why you have to have to study it?
No.
No, it's not. You don't spend time studying your God.
I don't think it's super hard to understand what it's. I don't think it's super hard to understand what is expected of you from God and the ideas that come from God. I don't think that's so hard to understand.
Yeah. Well, how else are you gonna derive a moral structure if you don't toil to understand the universe first?
I don't need to understand the universe. The universe is not God.
Well, how can you create an understanding of what logic is, which is the basis for all moral systems, without trying to understand the universe within which the intangible rules were created from the
Okay.
universe for
Let me put it
the
this
logic
way.
to exist?
You didn't know a hoax object existed,
No, I
okay?
didn't.
But you understood logic,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Which one
Right,
is
but
easier to? Which one would you
well,
think would be easier to detect, hoax object or logic?
uh, it would be easier to detect logic, but being able to use logic to detect hoax object was really a blessing from the universe, right?
It would be easier to you. Well, you will need to use logic at one point to be able to get to the point where you can detect
Yeah.
something. Yeah, but the
Yeah.
question was which one is easier. So in even perspective wise, it would be easier to
No,
use
it's much
logic.
easier. Yeah, because the evolutionary scaffolding required to get to the technological level to perceive that universe, is great, right? I mean, we had to go through a whole lot to get to the point where we were able to do that, right?
I think very early on, there's a very old passage in the Bible that pretty much says that when they're trying to describe, they're pretty much trying to describe the idea of God, and one of the things that they say is, if you look up to the skies and you see the vastness of the skies, greater I am. So I don't think it's something that has been that super incredible or super complex to even grasp when we were
Well,
not as
I was just
technologically advanced.
well, I was just talking about the evolutionary scaffolding required for humanity to be able to develop the technology to perceive that universe.
Okay,
Right.
let's talk
Of
about
course, that's more
it's.
complicated than logic, right? Logic's something that was understood by the Greeks, like what, 2,500, 2,600 years ago?
Okay, yeah, but every single one of those scaffoldings then would be a miracle, right? When it comes to evolution.
A miracle?
Yeah.
What's a miracle?
A miracle is something that is not based on the logical aspect
Yeah.
of the thing that you're studying.
What would the miracle be though?
Like, for example, passing from one species to another species. That would be a miracle.
What that are the object that is an
The object
animal
that,
exists?
yeah, let's say the animal A is reproducing to a point in which
Yeah.
animal A is different from animal B, and you can see the difference between them. That needs
Yeah,
a
no,
miracle.
no, it's not a miracle. It's just a symptom of the fact that we're evolving within a system with order and rules.
If it's order and rules, that would require that to be a miracle because you are being disorderly and unruly at that point.
I don't how.
What do you mean how?
You're making an assertion that I don't understand.
Yeah, you have parent A and parent B, which are the
Mhm.
same species, and you're having kid C that is a different species. That would be a
Well,
miracle.
no, that would be the nature of the object that is like sexually reproducing species, right?
No, it would be a miracle because it wouldn't
Like
follow the other way of things. The
yeah,
order
it's
way is
because
A and
because
A makes A.
the universe has order and chaos in it. It's both. So you've made the assertion that it's one or the other, but it's both.
You're going against the logical idea again. It's so weird. It's just so weird sometimes. I love this. Oh, you're really, yeah, it's really pushing my buttons because you're like contradicting the logic that you rely on, and you're like, but that's fine because I'm doing it. And I can respect that, because there's points in which you have to go against the logical tandem so that you can make sense of things. We call it
Yeah, well,
miracles. You call it I don't know what, but it's fine.
yeah. Well, I mean, um, I don't know. I don't have it all figured out. I just have like a sketch in my mind of what it looks like. It's actually really pleasurable to discuss it with you because it helps me understand it more.
I'm
I don't
glad.
get to talk about I don't get to talk about this very often.
I really enjoy our talks because even though they start very meme-ish, they always end up in a place where you're so deep in the philosophy ideas. And it actually helps me a lot too because I'm just going through the motions of things uh, that I'm studying, and it's a little bit easier for me to get the understanding.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
went to
So
someone today, and got very mad at me because he was attacking my Christianity. He was like, "Who are you to tell me what to do as a Christian?" Pretty much was what he was saying. So I asked him directly, like, "What is the Nicene Creed?" And he didn't know, and he got very pissed at me because of that. What do you think of that?
uh, well, I think it's a waste of time to say that other people's points of view are less than yours because people arrive at different points of understanding at different points in their life. And it's the defensiveness that a lot of atheists have where they have to knock down Christians in order to make themselves feel better.
Mm.
And I think that's part of it, right? It's the um,
Yo, Fredo.
knocking down other people so that you don't have to look at your own self in the mirror.
Just want to spur that. That sounds like a threat to our democracy.
Yeah, democracy is immoral.
I think so too, but I think we think so for different reasons. But you know, at that point, I'm okay that you got to it to any to any possibility. I'm okay with that.
Well, I just think that it's wrong to foist self-governance on people, right? Because most people aren't capable of governing themselves. They need someone else to manage the affairs of the state so that they can go about their life as they should, right? Because if you have people deciding the fate of an entire nation, and the person who decides the fate of the entire nation is a janitor with an 85 IQ, then we're all fucked, right?
Mm.
Yeah, like it's immoral to give someone who's objectively a moron the responsibility to select who the leader is.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. What I go. One of the things that I learned that really changed a little bit of my perspective on it was the duty of the feudal lords, because a lot of people don't realize that like a peasant was not meant to go to war. They were not supposed to. They didn't have any kind of responsibility towards the estate to do that.
Yeah.
It was the responsibility of the feudal lord and the knights and all of the nobles to actually go to war if needed be. And that was like a very like white pill moment for me kind of thing. Like I was like, oh, that's like why they were the feudal lords, and why they had like all of these duties bestowed upon them.
Yeah, yeah, and it makes sense because the more power you have, the more responsibility you have to maintain the system.
Yeah.
But in our system, the power is dispersed amongst everyone, and therefore no one really has power.
And no one has
And
responsibility either. Like they can
yeah,
just go ahead and be as irresponsible as they want to.
yeah,
Yeah, I can agree with that.
yeah. So the specific kind of atheist I am is a anti-enlightenment transcendental atheist.
I like that one.
So
You're gonna be a one of a
yeah.
kind, but that's a good one.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not one of a kind. The atheists that existed before the theories of evolution were popularized were more like me. They rejected Enlightenment thinking.
Mm.
They saw it as destructive for many of the same reasons that people like Jim Bob have referred to it as destructive.
Mm.
It's
Are you talking about the French Enlightenment? Or are you talking about the English Enlightenment?
yes, all of it. Any Enlightenment thinking whatsoever, like the idea that you are like empowered through your individualism.
Yeah, I see. I mean, they're a little bit different because one was like dumb, like being a dumbass on steroids, and the other one was a little bit more coherent, kind of.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Well,
they
me and
both
most
have their big problems. I can agree with that.
yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of enjoyed the Thermidorian response, and all the heads rolling. That was kind of fun, at least to read about.
Mm, I think
But
one of the ones that I read that I thought, wow, this guy was a total dumbass was the brother of the king, which was kind of a duke or something, and he was like super pro revolution. And this is in France, and he was like he voted for like the Jacobins. He did all of the supposed good things, and then he was condemned. He was like trialed and killed at the guillotine.
what's up, Patrick? I see you down there in chat, man. I got
Hello,
to say hi to
Patrick.
you. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that humans have accepted materialism over nature
Mm.
to a point where it's harmed our being. And
Yeah, maybe. I just don't know. Like I understand where you're coming from this, but I wouldn't be able to come to a moral conclusion that is telling people to reject materialism when if all you have is this moment now, it's very hard to well, for most people, especially the dumb people, to understand why you should reject it.
yeah, um,
So I think it's very normal that we having a harsh. It's very normal that we have that we see the destruction of the social dynamics because of it.
yeah,
Because we
I
don't have
agree.
yeah.
Yeah, atheism should be like 3% of the population,
Mm.
right? Like I think that there's natural atheism that will occur, but that it's expanded to the point that it has is actually really harmful, right? It's kind of like the proliferation of the degeneracy, right? When you allow behavior that could be accepted if it's in a small confined group of people who are understood to be not the acceptable behavior model,
Mm.
right? If as long as you have the degeneracy contained in a bubble like that, then it's fine. But
Yeah.
when you try and expand it, it doesn't work because most people aren't capable of of living a degenerate life and also contributing to human flourishing or the positive things towards humanity at the same time.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I understand where you're coming from. At least, like, it
Yeah,
makes sense that if you're gonna have, um, yeah, it makes sense in my head. It makes sense.
yeah. I think that most atheists would be better served to become Christian.
Yeah, I think everybody should is better served becoming Christian.
Well, I
Yeah.
just think that you're right about them being incapable of understanding morality without a framework like that because most people need something more simple to be able
Yeah.
to
Well,
know
it's in
right
the
from wrong.
curve. Like I would say, like let's say this: you can have a bell curve that is telling you the IQ of the population. So I can get to the idea of having a specific higher than that will be able to understand that even though they don't have the belief of X, acting towards that belief is better for them in the long run. But the rest of the population, without the belief of X, which will be the majority in the bell curve,
Yep.
will not be able to understand that acting towards X is better for them. So they might get lost completely in the sauce. And this is this is very easy in the way that you can think of it if you're being purely logical.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and most people really need like the fear of God in them to act like decent human beings.
Well, that is the principle of wisdom, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it says that the principle of wisdom is the fear of God.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, for most people, yeah, that okay. If that's in your book.
Even for you, Anson, you just don't like it, which is funny. Okay, let me tell you something that your dad did not tell you, Anson. This is why you're so mad. Okay, you're special, Anson.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad was a real piece of shit.
Jesus Christ, calm down. I have a big problem with bad mouthing, like my parents.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my dad's a real fucktard. So.
Well, I have like a real problem with that. I think it's like you are called to respect your forefathers, and and your parents in general as well. So it's very hard for me to be like saying that. I had my no, I'm grateful for them to not having deleted me. So I leave it at that. I'm just grateful that they did not. They gave me life.
Yeah, was it a hard choice for them?
Probably.
Did Anson convert?
No, Anson
Emmet convert Anson.
I'm working on it, and he's trying to work on me. We're getting there. At 2 years from now, I'm gonna be Anson on the other side of the conversation. Anson's gonna be me in the side of the conversation.
It's gonna be a flip flop.
We're gonna be flip flopping. That's how it works in this side. We're like two neutron stars just circling each other, causing gravitational waves.
I don't want to convert you, Emmett.
That's what you said.
like it's really good that you're
Christian.
Fair,
before I dropped, you did say you wanted to convert him.
Yeah, there's no matter at which point I am in the conversation, there's always a component of trolling.
Well, that was my trolling. I was making astrophysic jokes.
That was a metaphor.
No, it's a joke. We're not actually neutron stars circling each other, causing gravitational waves. Now that I think about it, how the hell are two neutron stars together? It's a good question.
Well, I mean,
I'll think about
it. The universe is chaotic,
Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't make much sense with how stars behave. It's fine. Nobody cares.
I'm sure you could find something on that telescope that gave you that ring universe.
Well, most of the time, do you know that most of the time those are a little bit
made up?
Made up.
Bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah.
A bunch of artists are like, I think this is how it looks like. I'm gonna add a little bit of blue because it looks good.
It's like what they do with the damn dinosaurs. They just make that shit up. They find a bunch of bones. It's like, oh shit, let's take a stab at what this looked like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a bunch of.
Well, they also build the pyramids, right? So.
if you're JS, yeah.
If you're JS.
I heard that there's pillars underneath the pyramids too.
Oh yeah, they said that not long ago. Did
Dun,
you
dun,
did you hear that?
dun.
They made like a ultra. They made like an ultrasonic something, and they said they found like big ass pillars below the pyramids, like
Yeah,
huge pillars.
One time I told JS I was training my pet alligator to stack blocks, and I was going to send him a video of
it. How did he do?
He got super excited. He was like, "Yeah, dude, send me the video. I want to see
it." I was talking about the crocodile, but fine. I'll accept it. Hello, Akira. How are you doing today? Hello, Abe. And Patrick. Jesus.
Patrick doesn't sound like he's from the South. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, he's from Montgomery. Oh wait, I just doxed him. Sorry, Patrick.
Looking for Patrick. Fucking button. Wakira. That's nice.
He's more southern than I am.
Patrick? Yeah. Maybe. I made the whole thing this weekend. It was really good. It was really funny, and I lost subscribers. I'm really sad for that. Like I'm really mad.
What did you lose subscribers over?
The karaoke stream.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that then.
It was fun. And I actually got some nice downloads that day. Really
it was
nice
because
downloads.
of all the gay songs. That's what happened.
Yeah, chat's gay. Chat's just gay.
Yeah, maybe you should make a rule: no gay music.
No, no gay music. No, it's impossible because people. That's why people want to donate for, right?
Yeah.
I paid for Cord to sing the gayest song of them all.
It's just that it's off brand for you, Emmett.
Yeah, it is off brand, but
yeah,
at the same time, I need to eat, so I'm willing to be a little bit of a clown if I can eat.
Well, maybe you should focus on less clowning to eat, and do something on brand, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that'd be like me hosting a Bible study,
No, that would be you going to a Bible. Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, Dusty won a bunch of followers through doing that.
Oh yeah, his Bible studies are hilarious.
And then he goes to Vibes, I think.
Yeah. I've been to a few Bible studies online. There's the Dusty one. I trolled the Vibe one. I trolled JS's until he banned me. Then, what is that one guy? The guy with liver disease that has small arms. What's his name? Looks like ET. Hell, I'll think of it later.
I don't know who we're talking about.
Yeah.
Don't remember
the anarcho-Christian guy.
Oh, most
John.
Yeah, John. Yeah, I trolled his Bible study too. He got really upset.
Stop trolling Bible studies. I don't do Bible studies though.
Yo, you should do Bible studies, Emmett.
Mm-mm. Just go to a priest.
You could pull up videos of priests and then review their words.
No, also goes to Matins, Ortho, and Liturgy. Yeah.
Patrick, stop telling my secrets.
Barney Dinosaur. How do I lose subs over that? I don't know. Like, it was really funny, but I've had some people. I made people very mad, and then they trolled me back, and then they banned them from my channel.
Maybe you should stop banning people, Emmett. you know,
I
like
just
you've had
banned.
some really
There's only
bad
one
experiences.
person that's banned here. Only one person, but he got he got
It's
really
straw
mad at
man.
me at a joke. He got really mad at me at a joke. Can you believe that?
What was
It's
the
because
joke?
of all the tyranny in this chat.
It's a tyranny.
We all need a
So
cup of liberty to quench our thirst.
we had a debate on free speech, and at the end of the debate, I timed everybody out in chat for 30 minutes. Like at the tail end of the whole debate, I just timed out. It's not even banned. I timed out everyone for like it's like an hour. That's the most amount of time I can, and then I closed the stream, and he got ass mad about it. So I invited him to another debate. He accepted, and then he didn't show up. And I was like, "Oh, fine, you're banned from you're actually banned from the channel."
Well, you didn't say at all. He was purposely late, and then he was a dick. He's like, I did this on purpose because I don't respect your authority.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Steelman does have a problem with authority.
Mm-hmm. And I have a problem with authority too, but I wouldn't do that. I'm not banning him because of his speech or anything like that. I'm banning him because he's a jackass.
Well, I'd say that Steelman's problem with authority is more pathological than yours. I mean, he's like, have you seen that video of him getting arrested? Yeah,
Well,
like
that makes the highlight here all the time.
yeah. I mean that takes a special kind of person to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you really, really gotta dislike authority.
You have to.
Yeah. I mean, to call a cop all those things that he called them to their face, you know, and basically tempt them to drag them off. I mean, it's what's that personality disorder where you like have no
empathy? Are you talking about that? What are you talking about?
it's like it's like a sociopathy.
BPD, bipolar.
No. So sociopathy, where you're you don't have like the same grounding in social norms or respect for social norms to any degree whatsoever, where you don't respect other people at all.
Being a cynical asshole.
Well, I mean, not me. I'm talking about like.
No, I figured that was the word.
Oh. Yeah. I'm more of a skeptical. Yeah, no self-preservation. That's right, Patrick. Yeah, you got to have like some self-preservation to want to, you know, live in a normal social order. See, people like Steelman are the kind of people that absolutely need like the ordered Christian faith in order to act like normal people.
But he doesn't act normal. His brain's fried from all the mushrooms.
Yeah, I know. It's so funny. It's like all those potheads who think that it's totally perfectly fine to get high every day, and they think that they're totally functional. Bunch of retards.
And then they can't function without the marijuana.
It doesn't affect me anymore.
I knew someone like that.
Yeah.
This just doesn't affect me anymore.
Yeah.
I can do it, and there's no effect. Yeah.
A marijuana's not addictive. I can do it anytime I want.
That's a good one. Marijuana's not addictive.
To you, apparently, it is because you need it, or else you can't function.
Yeah. Yep.
I knew a chick like that. Fucking pothead.
Yeah, I never really understood like the getting addicted to marijuana thing. It always just made me even more paranoid than I naturally am. Anxious more than I naturally am.
Could you repeat the question?
I've never done it.
Oh, really? Oh, I used to
Yeah.
smoke all the time when I was younger.
Nah, I'm on Adderall, so it's like it already does shit.
Oh yeah,
I'm already another.
you're on the good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've snorted that
I'm
stuff
on the.
before. It's real good.
What are your plans for this week, Anson?
This week, let's see. I got to do my tax return.
Hmm.
Oh no.
The tax return extension deadline is next week. Let's see. Um, yeah, no, that's about all my plans for the week. I was thinking about starting up a new channel. You know, doing super serious interviews.
Yes.
You
With
have to
Cal
start with
as your
Cal.
first
I
one.
probably, if you do it, I want you to do it so bad so I can snipe it a little bit.
Yeah, I'll do super serious interviews. I got to get some other ones under my belt though, so Kel will think that I'm a serious interviewer. You know.
You should interview Emmett for your first time. Give it a practice. Let's go. Let's act like I'm
No,
not
no,
here.
I'm not gonna. It'll be super serious in it.
Yeah, I think you should start with Patrick.
Well, no, I got to start with somebody that's got a channel so I can network. You know.
You know
A-
who will do
a-
it for you, and it's a good start. Really
Who?
good channel. It's been doing great lately.
Who?
Should start with Greed.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I've felt some oddness in my relationship with Grid lately. I'm not gonna push it.
Okay.
He doesn't seem as warm to me as he used to.
He's tired. He's just stressed right now.
You think so?
The debate thing is coming. He needs to figure out all of the details, and he's like doing too much at the same
He
time.
could really use your friendship right now, Anson.
Yeah, he's just stressed.
Oh shit! Now you're making me think I need to like offer to help him with something.
I would recommend, but I will not make you.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll. Damn it. You really think he's stressed about that?
I'm 100% sure.
All right. I'll send him a message right now and say, "Hey, man, dude. Yeah, shit." I just say that. He'll know.
Mhm.
Shit.
Yeah.
But I think he
Dude.
will do it if you make like say, hey, it's gonna be 30 minutes. I think he give you 30 minutes.
Yeah. I'm just gonna offer to help him instead of asking for something.
Okay.
Cause yeah.
The other person who you can interview is Marte. You can interview Beth. She started her channel not long ago.
I will not be doing that.
Oh, that's right. Beth is. that
Beth is what?
That I think that bridge is burned. I don't know.
Why would that bridge be burned, Emmett?
I don't know.
Well, you just seem to sound like you know something.
I just thought about it. I think she was really mad at the last debate you had with her.
Yeah, yeah. I do think that she got upset about that. I'll agree with that estimation.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think the whole like mocking the virgin birth, probably upset her a little bit.
I'm thinking who
No.
else? Do you want to have EOD?
Yeah,
I
bring
wanna have
EOD.
EOD? I like EOD. He's fun. He gets
He's a
really
ginger.
upset. He gets really upset when I say that he's on warmonger welfare for being on disability from the military. It like triggers him to no end when I say he's on warmonger welfare. So like every time I see him, I'm like, "Hey, how's the warmonger welfare?" And he gets all like butthurt about it.
He's more of a libertarian.
No, he's not. That dude's like not. He's not even close
He
to a
is.
Are you kidding? No, he's
No,
not.
he is.
No, he's not even close.
He's kind of a
That's like
libertarian.
no, he's not even close.
The other day, somebody in the left, I was like, "We're gonna go win elections, do all these by democratic process," and one on the left was like, "Are you gonna force us to go to church if you do that? We're gonna rise up," and everybody was clapping, including EOD because he's a libertarian. Yes. I pissed CT off to 9 today. It was fun.
Oh, knew what song I should have made you sing? "Hit Me Baby One More Time" by Britney Spears.
Oh no! Shut up! Oh. Oh god. The troll. I'm glad, and at the same time I hate it. But I'm glad
Oh,
because it was
Corey
very.
pulled a.
I'm gonna be honest.
Sorry.
That was a very good stream when it came to monetization. It was a really good stream.
Corey pulled an Anson and made Emmett sing Barbie Girl, where Anson used to do, so we could clip it and make one big track of different people singing "I'm a Barbie Girl" that you were supposed to do.
Yeah, this Saturday more forced karaoke. On the 13th, you said?
Yeah, has anybody done the Ballad of Chasey Lane yet?
The 16th. No.
Oh, that's a classic.
I'll sing it. I'll sing anything. Jess White's song sung 3 songs. It was okay. Except for her microphone. Her microphone was her microphone was really bad. Which she tried, okay? She tried. Did what she could.
I got a fancy new microphone.
You do?
I haven't plugged it in. Yeah.
You got it just for interviewing.
Is it XLR?
No, I don't know what that means. It's something called Yeti. I don't know.
Oh, you got a Yeti? I have that. It's not fancy.
Yeah.
It's
It
not
is
fancy.
I've got like a $10 headset that I use.
It works fine.
Is it a Blue Parrot?
I don't know what that means either.
It just works fine.
Yeah.
Anselm, come to our patronal feast November 14. Meet Fair Turboquals. He has a channel by that name and also a podcast called The Royal Path. He's a Serbian priest and he will be a good interview. He will be serving and speaking at my parish and spending time hanging out.
Oh, no kidding. Turbo's coming to your I've seen him on YouTube a few times. He goes over to David Patrick Harry's channel.
There you go. There's your first interview. And then you can finish it off with Cal.
That sounds fun.
You know who you should have too? And I think you'll mesh well with him. You're gonna have a lot of fun. You should have Ryan on.
You know, that would be a good opportunity for a super serious interview.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But he's not serious.
Well, no, he's super serious. I'm gonna have to do stuff to loosen him up a little bit.
You mean he's super serial?
Yeah, I think Ryan's problem is that he's like high in neuroticism.
Do you think Ryan is high in neuroticism?
Yeah, yeah. He just needs to loosen up some.
I don't know, but okay. When we started to understand what virgin birth is, immaculate conception, I understand, but what a virgin birth mean? Oh, that she was she was a virgin when she gave birth. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, yeah. Something came from nothing, right, Emmett?
No, something came from God.
Didn't somebody said that he found Jesus' blood on the ark and he had it tested in Israel and only had 24 chromosomes?
That's a good one.
No, there are some scientists that actually said he found that.
Yeah,
It
but
was guarded by 4. I know.
it was guarded by
not
4
credible.
angels, and
Yeah, he's not credible. I know.
Oh man, that's fine.
Because he magically can't find the site again.
Yeah. It's like the magic disappearing golden tablets that Joseph Smith found. Yeah.
Dum da dum dum dum.
That was Ron Wyatt, says Patrick. When he says he's not a scientist, he's a loon.
He's a loon.
Yeah, he's a bird.
You're missing half your chromosomes there, buddy.
Actually, 24 is 23 chromosomes, which is half plus 1.
Yeah.
That's right.
So he said the yeah. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, no, but it's funny. That's actually funny.
There are some living things with different chromosome numbers. I'll look up what species has 24 chromosomes.
Probably plants.
Let's see here. Oh, tomatoes. Yeah.
Oh my.
Tomatoes
Sarah only
have
has
24
chromosomes?
Yeah. Did they? So that means that.
Tomato juice.
Yeah. No. He probably just tested some tomato juice. Yeah. Instead of some blood.
Oh, there's another
That
one.
actually makes
The
sense.
common blue butterfly, rice, melon, a snail, certain snails maybe, great apes. Oh no, 24 pairs. Yeah. So 24 individuals would be rice, melon, snail, common blue butterfly. There'll be some of them.
Yeah.
Tomatoes as well.
Yeah, you can make tomatoes look like blood too, so that's legit. Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Solve, Patrick. We got him. We got him. Mythbusters, we got him. I'm tired. I'm probably gonna end the stream.
Yeah, that's a good idea. The conversation's really sucking. It's almost like you're interviewing me.
I'm trying to go somewhere, but at this point, we already went to like most of our normal stuff. What's going on? Something started sounding.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was Mr. Bill. Oh, did you see Mr. Bill today?
Are you talking about that old guy?
Well, he
He had
lives
like
in
400
Portland.
people watching before I left to work.
He had 400 people watching. Yeah,
How'd that happen?
he was in the ice facility in Portland.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
He was in it.
At it, like outside.
Oh. Oh wow. So he was just.
He was going around. They were looking at the guys that were Antifa. They were like, he was with some people who were counter protesting, the counter protest. He was like showing all of the paraphernalia and all of the drawings and all the crap they've been putting up in the streets around it. He was like saying hi to people that were there. It was a bunch of stuff. He interviewed a guy that went with them, and apparently he got his car destroyed by Antifa guys. Like they total did. And I think he was arrested yesterday. So
Mr. Bill was arrested.
no, the guy he was with.
The guy whose car was vandalized.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be doing any more debate analysis.
Why you didn't like it anymore? You're like,
Well,
I'm done.
I wasn't being funny. I do better with humor if I'm bouncing off of somebody in like an interview. You know, asking super serious questions.
Yeah. I'm rooting for you, Anson. Maybe you can show me the ropes. How to do a proper interview.
Yeah.
Like this, how this interview's going?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This is not an interview.
Yeah, I've been interviewing Emmett this entire time.
I can see you're live, Anson.
You know when I do an interview, people leave and they give me DNIs after, which is not the case this time. You just get really mad at me. It goes like this, right? It's like just leave.
Yep. That's it.
Amazing.
Is that the question you're gonna ask me? Okay.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I would say I don't DNI people, but I think I do have a few people that I don't interact with.
Can I ask you a question about somebody? You don't have to answer it, but if you want to answer it,
who's the somebody? No, I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Well, it's 10th man, so I'm hoping you didn't do it.
What about that guy?
Well, I think you said at one point in you were in some chat or somewhere, and you were saying that you also have like a big problem with that. Oh, you were with the Orthodox guy. I remember now that you have a big problem with that guy, and I wonder why problem you have.
Yeah, he's just like badmouthed me a few times on panels and streams, and called me a clout chaser and like a whole bunch of really like weird stuff. Like
a clout chaser?
He called you a G called you a cloud chaser?
Yeah.
A G?
Yeah. No, the not OG, the 10th.
No, AG. Because let's remember that the whole personality is just a letter. So they don't have like an actual personality. All they have is the letter, pretty much.
Yeah, I got it. But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't really have a problem with him. He seems to have a problem with me. So whatever. Like you know how I do in chats. Like I troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so he's been the object of my trolling in the past, and he doesn't have one of those
sense of humor.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah.
That was funny. So he doesn't have a sense of humor, and that's why you've had a problem with him, because you pretty much trolled him a little bit in chat, like he lost his mind.
Yeah, like he's one of those people that, and plus, like I don't like I just naturally don't like him. Like I usually am not like that with people, but like he just like his specific brand is like, you know, pick me. I'm not like the other Skittles,
Yeah.
you know?
I'm
And
different.
yeah, and it's just a lie. I mean, he's just like the rest of them.
Hmm.
And to pretend like he's not means that I have to accept a lie. And I don't want to do that because it's dishonest. And you know, yeah, he's yeah, I don't know. But like I didn't really have a problem with him until he started saying negative crap about me. So
Yeah, I can see that. Absolutely.
You're just an honest guy.
yeah, I'm super honest
You're
about my
just a
trolling.
guy. That I'm just a guy. Oh man. Oh yeah, I agree.
So where are we going in Emmett?
I'm gonna send you to Grumple. That's what I'm gonna do.
Grumple. We can troll. You can troll Grumple.
Do you want to
Anson.
troll Grumple, Anson? He's with Sarah right now. He's probably not gonna be reading chat because he's a very bad streamer.
Yeah, he is pretty bad. He sleeps half the time on his screen. It's like
I always ask him the same question lately. It's always the same question lately. Like, are you gonna fall asleep? Is that what's gonna happen? And he gets mad at me.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I like Orthodox guy. He's got some good points. I'm glad you brought him up.
He's a cool guy.
That and Def Not Whatever. She's pretty cool too.
The only problem I have with him sometimes is that he has this idea that you can pretty much reform parts of the state and use them
Yeah.
to your advantage, and I don't think he understands the entitlements of that. It's like having a festering wound and you're like, don't close it because we can use the wound.
Yeah. Your dog's crying, Emmett.
Yeah, I know. It's because the cat is here. The cat's like, let me out, and the dog is not happy with the cat. Give me a second. No, you already ate, and you already went down. So, come on. By the way, I have forgotten, and I had forgot to tell you, chat, but I went to the vet last week. The dog is fine. We got a bunch of new meds, so that she can finish fighting the sickness that she had on the skin. She seems to be doing better. That's all I want to say. I'll share the receipt once I find it because I lost it. But I will share it.
Amazing.
Amazing.
So lifetime medication then?
For now, I don't think she's gonna like. The biggest problem was the skin infection, and I didn't know if it was actually going to be something treatable or not. I've read that most skin infections usually are mixed, or they come when the dog is pretty sick. It's extremely sick, and usually that means that it's pretty much on the end deathbed. So when they made the studies, it was only a thyroid problem, and then it's probably related to the thyroid is the skin issue.
So you have to take thyroid medication?
Yeah, it's taking thyroid medication.
Yeah. That's exciting.
It's not that bad. It's like $20
Yeah. Well, you got it paid for.
every 3 months. So if that's
Yeah,
the
that
case,
ain't too
that's
bad,
fine.
yeah.
Anyway, I will send you all to Grumple. I'll then take a break. I don't know if anybody's on, but I probably will be doing other stuff. I know I lost video. It's because I was using that screen to try to check who was on. Sorry about that. Bad streamer. I can have a nail. But yeah. Thank you all of you for being around. Thank you so much, Hanson, for coming to the panel and hanging out for a little while.
Yeah, it's fun, man. I enjoy the conversation with you, Emmett. You're an all right guy.
Any last words, Hanson?
Yeah. So if you're having sex with a woman, like make sure that like you get consent first.
Okay, but what if I pay for it? Do I have to get consent?
Well, yeah, the consent is transactional at that point.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I'll try to understand it. I'm gonna have a hard time because it's consent is like can be revoked. Do you remember that time when if they didn't like it, they could say that they revoked their consent, and that would be the same as to say. So I'm a little bit afraid of that.
Well, Emmett, the trick is just to be forgettable.
That's a good one. I'll try to steal that one.
Yep.
Thank you, Anson. Have an excellent rest of your night. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, see you, man.
See ya. K2, any last words?
Not really. I think you did really good in that debate against Jebuz. You slam dunked on Confluence with that answer. Very nice answer. And thanks for having me up. It's always a blast up here. It's always a blast hanging out, and I hope you have a good night, Emmett.
Thank you. I'm not going to sleep. I just need a break from streaming.
Yeah, you need a break, but yeah.
Yeah.
I get that you're not going to bed, but I'm just saying have a good night. The rest of your night.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Yep.
Later. Okay. Everybody go to Grumple, say hi, give him a like. Have a good time over there. I am beat. A little bit beat. I'm just gonna take a break from streaming. I think it was 5 hours, so it's a good amount of time. I'll need to start making videos, so I probably will reduce the amount of time during the stream and start just making some videos so that I can get a little bit more engagement from people outside of the space and maybe get the subs that I need to get. Thank you so much, everybody who was here: Sarcastic Saint, Scott, Patrick, the fucking button, Abe, Mr. Cat, all of you. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Fredo. So yeah, go to Grumple, say hi, subscribe to him, have a good time, and I'll be just ending. And as always, we end up with this banger.